So if you go for this topic that we have, so you know in the present context that this agriculture sector plays a significant role in terms of contribution to GDP and also a major source of livelihood. So if you go for, as per this economic survey of 2020-21, around 54.6% of Indian workforce are engaged in agriculture. And also if you go for the contribution of this agriculture to GDP, so we have close to, as per the data, it is 19.9 of India GDP. So if you go for also the rural area, so in the present context you find that most of the cases now we are facing the issue of the employment crisis. So in the present context, so I think that we need to rethink and restructure, and there is a need of capacity building of the agriculture sector. So because if you go for the time where we have the issue of the creation of the employment. Okay, so we have, if you go for most of the cases, we find that employment that we are facing the phase of, so job lost. Now, so if you go for job lost to job lost. So in that context, so if you want to sustain the rural masses, so it is very, very essential that you need to rethink agriculture sector. And you have to create employment through this agri-business, so in the rural area. So if you go for, so most of the cases that in terms of agriculture sector that we have, so we have huge contributions that has capacity to create employment for the rural masses. So the central thing that if you want to survive this rural base, so you have to stop these migrations. If you want to create employment, so the only alternative that we have, that you have to give emphasis to the agriculture sector. So many dimensions are there. We have many challenges with respect to agriculture sector. You talk about this now in the present context, one important dimension that is there, that we talk about the climate change. Also many, so and the other dimensions that I think, that is the market linkage. So that other dimensions are there. So if you go for this water scarcity, low productivity, post-harvest losses, many areas are there that needs to be think on that. But I think, so one dimension that you need to think on the employment, one other dimension needs to think on livelihood. So this is only possible in terms of the agriculture and the small scale industry in the rural base. If you go for this, the topic that the political, the economy of the agriculture value system in India, which is very complex, and the relationship of various stakeholders that we're talking about, which talk about the farmers, to talk about the agri-business, to talk about the policymakers, and also the consumers. So the government policy, which plays a significant role, that debate is going on in terms of the minimum support price. So most of the cases, if you go for, so which is very, very essential for agricultural perspective. So if you go for talk about minimum support price, to talk about subsidy, to talk about trade regulations, so which are very, very strong impact on the impact of agricultural production, marketing and distribution. So in that context, so you have to create, so that with the implications of the role of agriculture and implication for rural employment and migration, that needs to be interconnected. Also, similarly, I have already explained, if you go for, so there is a balance of this, the climate change, the resource, and this market change. So this political economy of the agricultural value system becomes very, very critical in the present context. So I think we need to understand the political economy of agricultural value system for shaping policy and practice that contribute a sustainable development of agriculture. So I think that so this workshop will 100% provide this platform from the idea from those who are working in this area. So the deliberations, the innovative thinking, and their sharing knowledge will definitely contribute for the development of agriculture. So I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all these esteemed speakers, distinguished panel of experts, scholars, policymakers, and practitioners who have given their valuable time, and with their busy schedule they are here. I hope that this valuable perspective and understanding will address these discussions, and maybe will provide a good platform to understand the issues and concerns with respect to the agriculture sector. So I also thanks to our this sponsor that we talk about, the Global Partnership Network, University of Castles. So and also I'm thanks to Professor Praveen Jha and whole team, because I understand this since last 2 days we are moving in the phase that whether we will conduct this program or not. So because of him, so we are also here for discuss this important issue for our sustainable livelihood. Also, I encourage all the participants to engage actively in the discussions and give their suggestions, their view. So maybe we'll arrive a good conclusion and policy suggestions for sustainable development of our this agriculture sector. So I once again extend a warm welcome to all these participants, those who are coming from different parts of the country, and I hope you will enjoy these 2 days deliberations. I wish you all productive and enlightening workshop. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, everyone. Introducing the workshop is Dr. Praveen Jha. He is Professor, Center for Economic Studies and Planning, and Center for Informal Sector and Labor Studies, Jawaharlal Nehru University.
Before we go ahead with some preliminary remarks, I would request you, all of you, to stand up for a minute, pay our homage to late Professor M.S. Swaminathan. An institution, not only a person, a scientist, given his contribution to India's agricultural transformation, and in the more recent years, his almost obsession with lots of issues that we will be discussing here. Questions of ecology, questions of equity and so on, women farmers, etc. Right, so we sort of deeply mourn his passing away and pay our gratitude. Okay, so Professor Behera has already introduced the broad theme, and let me just say a couple of words. about what we hope to do in terms of value addition to the ongoing conversations on this theme. So, broad theme has already been. You see, capitalism all through its life, from the beginning. In fact, it came into the world with that trait which is connectedness. Marxists use an expression called combined and uneven development of the system, global capitalism. Yeah. So in fact, if you pay careful attention to Marx, this connectedness was extremely important in heralding capitalism through colonialism. Right? In fact, Marx uses the phrase rosy dawn with respect to slavery, entombment in the minds of the aboriginal population, loot and plunder and so on and so forth. So that connectedness is at the heart of capitalism, right? All through, combined and uneven and so on. What has received huge attention during the last roughly 6-7 decades is this feature of connectedness. Unfortunately, much of it, huge amount of it, is coming from the managerial stable, as if it's something new, sort of, it's only since 60s, 70s, etc., global economy, different countries, different sectors have got connected to each other. So broadly, you will find two kinds of discourses with respect to this. One is what some of us have christened as a managerialist paradigm. The other is we are trying to go back to the deeper conversations in political economy, in particular Marxist political economy. Right? So contemporary global capitalism has a number of distinct features for sure. We don't have time to get into all those features, but all of you must have in your study contemporary agricultural global value system. That's the logic behind it, right? As I said, you have lots of expressions, lots of frameworks, yeah? Supply chains, commodity chains, value chains, production networks, lots of these expressions which are competing and jostling for space, right? In my own work, some more than a decade ago, I used to very frequently refer to what we are talking about as production networks. Right? And I realized that after a couple of years that I was off the mark. Right? Precisely because there is a great deal which has nothing to do with production in this system, which is where finance is the real player and so on. Okay, I'll give you just one or two examples in a minute. Okay, I'm talking of finance capital, right? And its entity and so on. Okay, so without getting into further details of it, we will hopefully have more conversation on these issues as we go along. I was trying to give you a sense of why these 2 days have been titled in a particular way. Contemporary agricultural value system, and how do we locate many things there, right? So, of course, it is not the case that what sort of gets discussed as supply chain or commodity chain and so on is not very worthwhile. Of course not. I mean, there is a great deal that we learn from there, right? But as Marx was very, very insistent that you have to make a distinction between appearance and essence, right? Following on Marx, based on his conversations relating to fetishism and so on, Georgi Lucas, yeah, he developed a sort of very powerful theoretical conceptual framework of reification. Yeah? So, but let's not get into all these. The important thing is you have to go beyond the surface, get into the essence, get into the nitty-gritty and so on, which is where you have to it as a system with many tentacles, right? There are lots of things which are not visible, okay? Let me just give you one example. All of you must have heard of BlackRock. It's a very famous, very infamous equity fund, private equity fund. Most of these equity funds are not mandated legally to divulge what they are doing, right? No, as per the US law, which is where BlackRock is headquartered, right? There is a great deal which you never know. You know, it gets into some company, gets out of it. When it feels that the company is now dotted into default or whatever, it just runs away with all its profits and so on. Right? You really have to be a Sherlock Holmes and James Watson, okay, to try and figure out, yeah, what happened. So if you look at some of those investigative kinds of research and so on, you do get to know. And what does that tell you? This entity currently is almost a 1 trillion USD valuation. We are talking about 2.3, 2.4 trillion economy, right? We hope to become 5 trillion soon. 1 trillion, one company, right? In fact, if you look at the architecture of contemporary capitalism, look at the ranking of the most powerful economic actors in terms of revenues. 71 are corporations, only 29 are countries. It is an amazing thing about our contemporary capitalism, right? Many of them in the area of finance. So, you know, the reason why we sort of want to is because we need to deepen our analysis, deepen our understanding about how all these issues which are listed here actually play out. So that's why, sort of, without any disrespect to all those who are still using supply chain, commodity chain. Incidentally, commodity chain was Immanuel Wallerstein, a very well-known Marxist. Yeah, he was the one who used this expression in the mid-1980s for the first time. Yeah. Even Marxists sometimes slip on these very important issues because they have inherited something which they should be using. Yeah, this combined and uneven development and so on, and looking at the deeper sort of aspects of the system, etc. Okay, so this was a very brief, hopefully very brief. Did I take too much time? Let me join Professor Behera in welcoming all of you and sort of spending time here for today and tomorrow, yeah, and contributing to hopefully what would be a very rich discussion on the relevant issues. And I must also right at the outset sort of express my gratitude to our entire team, sort of who have worked tirelessly to me. And then there is this wonderful team of youngsters who have, both in terms of whatever needs to be done, in terms of academic preparation and logistics, etc., have been working very hard. So thanks a lot to all of them. And if you have any issues that you want to, with respect to the conference, any issues that you want to flag, and if you need any assistance, etc. So Manish and the rest of them, Sumanta, where are you? Yeah, Sumanta is someone who has been handling the logistics, for quite some time. Yeah, in terms of so any transport, anything else, or whatever you need, and so on. Yeah, so please do get in touch with them. So there is growing focus on this.
Land, but here's a state which is the pinnacle of whatever you can achieve in agricultural growth or overgrowth. I will not call it agricultural development. That small farmers have been thrown out of the sector altogether. Yeah. So that kind of thing is also possible with this kind of interface of the agribusiness sector if we don't have things in place. This is actually happening in the process of not any ownership of the land by the corporates, but control. Yeah. So the concentration of land in fewer hands happening without ceilings going away. Now you have these farmers who are informally leasing in land. There are farmers in Punjab who cultivate 4, 5, 6,000 hectares each. All informal, all illegal, no questions asked. And now you have states like Karnataka which permit anybody, any company, any corporate, any supervising to even that protest act and amendment also allowed land leasing in the name of contract farming. So this is the story of policy making in this country. Argentina's, I never heard of, which is basically collecting the harvest in the morning. The farmer is not in the picture. This and that of it. Somebody says, no, let's look at the institutional aspect of it. And somebody says, no, let's look at the political economy of it. So same phenomena, same tool being used is being seen differently by different people depending on where they belong. Because there are books written on contract farming saying a partnership between farmers and agribusiness. A win-win for the two, whatever. So this kind of thing is also there from one side of the literature, but you have the other side of the story as well. We have examples of how agribusiness does not tolerate the alternative arrangements like cooperatives. So Cyprus has this case of Unilever, killing the cooperative because they were threatened by farmers coming together. And they do have. These are examples of exclusion of smallholders in terms of depeasantization in Punjab I talked about, but there is also repeasantization going on in states like Maharashtra, where people who have left villages and farming are, it's a pair of scissors. Yeah, how small farmers face the onslaught of agribusiness. Yeah, one side the capital and machines replace labor. In India we are talking about now bringing sugarcane harvesters in the name of so-called shortage of labor. And in states like Punjab we are thinking of bringing cotton harvesters, mechanical cotton harvesters costing 1 crore each machine, saying that there is no labor available. Yeah, and we know where labor is and how much labor we have. The other side is large-scale farming operation through all the tools I talked about. So the example of how contract farming is seen locally is from this farmer who says we don't know how our cane goes into the sugar factory or sugar mill and how the sugar comes out, we only get money. So farmer is removed from the engagement, involvement in the value chain, he is just a supplier or she is just a supplier. That is the kind of story we overcoming the limits to agribusiness penetration into agriculture. You don't need to necessarily say, give me land, give me this. You just work with farmers and get all you want to get done there. And the classic case of how farmers can be pitted against each other in this is that there is this type of contract agreements called tournaments. So you are compared with the best farmer's performance, then paid or penalized, not because you have done well. So that kind, and then farmers then sort of at each other's neck because of that. For local communities. So this framework was used to look at whether farmers can mitigate climate change by reducing nitrogen fertilizer. And with this, saying that you have to look at whether agribusiness is transactional or transformational for rural communities, for rural livelihoods, for rural people. We need to sort of take note of that. Institutions have a role. I also consider contract farming as an institution, good or bad.
Yeah, it's also
Seeing as an innovation, institutional innovation in India because something new, we have not used it earlier. But within this, we can have innovations like I always argue for group contracts. And I'm happy to inform you at the same time sad that India has law on contract farming since 2003, even with a model contract farming agreement, and then had a model contract farming act in 2018. And the farm law of 20, we never even mentioned group contracts. I'm happy to inform you that Thailand has also enacted a law in 2017 where they say you will not do contract farming less than 10%.
10 minutes less than.
yes, politely.
But anyways, Supal, thank you. No issue, even if you took a little more time. But I think I'll compensate by fulfilling the request that Himanshu has made, that do not exceed 15. For industrialization at that time, we were thinking through the National Planning Committee, in which large technical systems, including industry, would coexist for good industries. The writer points that out, the kind of work that Mahalanobis did. And actually the economy at that time, the vision that, the strategy that we had accommodated, in fact, because it was understood that the vision that large-scale industry would replace altogether agriculture or there will be world without agriculture, like the US or the Europe, is not going to be realized in India. While there were theories like saying that we need wage growth, we need to move people into industry, but this was not argued in extreme terms ever, because the freedom movement wasn't aligned. So, and though sometimes people may call whatever rural non-farm systems coexisted and the industry as also agri-business, but they were really not business objectives. They were livelihoods objectives. And I think the business objective and the perspective that Sukhpal outlined shows that what can be very far from what the rural industry was or what the rural non-farm systems were. They were very, very different from the agri-business as it was projected and understood correctly also by Sukhpal, that that's what it is doing. So the policy making also gave ideational priority to, at that time, self-reliant national food system, national ownership and control over the domestic food system, historical autonomy from colonial food regime was to be achieved through a peasant-based agrarian capitalism. This was the basis embedded in Green Revolution. If you look at the Green Revolution, the tools were not proprietary. The research tools, the techniques were not proprietary. Even the input production perspective was very much opposed to land reforms. What it has been led to. But even then, one has to keep in mind that while there was a shift away from the Radhakrishnan Commission, but in the Green Revolution, there was some like national ownership and control, agriculture not being oriented towards export, and it was basically food security, self-sufficiency in food, and sovereignty in the whole agriculture input value chains. That was the perspective and the framing that even after 66, which happened with the Kothari Commission, a new model, and subsequently various other reports which came, which were also came through the Indo-US Agriculture Cooperation and SNP. The US was involved in that time. But India wanted all the new technologies and techniques and new knowledge to be utilized at that time as it existed through the public sector and without really proprietary tool with presentation. Contestations did take place at that time also. In fact, at the time when even Green Revolution was taking place, it was occurring, and interestingly they are occurring even now after Swaminathan's passing away. And since yesterday, I see my mail being flooded with various kinds of critiques of even M.S. Swaminathan. Understandably, but at the same time one actually needs to have a balanced food system, domestic input system, as well as historical autonomy from the colonial food regime through the peasant-based agrarian transition. Now, public investment in agriculture is not a priority, and that's the reason why we are seeing the kind of situation it is emerging. ICR has entered into an agreement with Amazon this week, or this month rather, as far as this is concerned, to extend scientific techniques of cultivation, the direct seeded rice, which is supposed to be more water efficient, but will use also herbicides and weedicides produced by Bayer. And ICR building that particular agreement, which means there's no more national ownership and control over your R&D, knowledge, your input. This is a very different model from even the Green Revolution as far as concerned. These distinct differences are required to be understood. Of course, existential crisis of employment, which Meena mentioned in the beginning itself, is driving the middle classes for all kinds of perspectives and discourses. If you look at Is there a hope? Is there a counter possibility? Yes. I would say yes. If the alliance that the freedom movement showed, as far as between peasant, artisans, workers of that particular period, whether a similar alliance is in making or not, one can. They're not very far, 90 kilometers. Crop husbandry and animal husbandry and the off-farm and non-farm models of productive forces have been combined and shown that, but the thing is, the Ministry of Agriculture does not give support, neither even the bank finance nor the public finance. And they have been worked out for every agro-ecosystem. So there are other trends within the agro-ecosystem, and if there's a time during the discussion, I will be able to elaborate them, and I have quite a few possibilities on the slides, etc. to show it, but I think I'll keep up with Himanshu's request. Thank you.
Many thanks, Professor Abroad, for taking the time.
Thanks to the organizers for it has been underused in the analysis of markets, and that is the monopsony. We all know about monopoly, but there is also something called monopsony, which is hardly used. Which can include agricultural markets besides also markets for manufactured goods. For instance, coffee or cocoa are very much part of these global markets, and the concept of monopsony can be used over there in order to understand the nature of relations between the producers and the buyers. How do I go down? Okay. Now, what do we mean by monopsony? By monopsony, we mean, as we usually do by monopoly, that there is power in labor and other input markets. It's not just a matter of demand and supply, but actual power by the buyers in the markets. Just as we talk about how do they use prices of inches of Pravish and Singer on the terms of trade. The technological advances in manufacture do not get reflected in a reduction in prices, normal profits. A monopsony market where there are few buyers and many suppliers, and therefore the prices are even able to go down below the cost of production. As Arthur Lewis put it, the prices of agriculture go down to just about subsistence level for the indentured labor that is used to produce these agricultural commodities. Now, this has developed much more in the post-war period, particularly from 1970 onwards, as we had this growth of global value chain or production system, whatever you call it, but the relation between production being now splintered, no longer in one country, but across countries, no longer, and between firms across countries. These are in a way independent firms or independent producers. So over here now, you have a set of lead firms, which could be Nestle or Cadbury or whoever, who market the final product, or even Starbucks, who market the final product to the consumer. And you have the suppliers, who are the coffee producers or the cocoa producers, who make the raw materials. Now, you can also have, you may have a direct relationship there you'll have between the small producers and the lead firms through their agents. You'll have a one-stage monopsony. But often you have a two-stage monopsony. For instance, garments are not produced by workers and given to the lead firm. They are produced by garment manufacturing firms who are really contract manufacturers. They are not independent. Garment manufacturers do not produce garments and sell them to the lead firms, to the brands. They are contracted by the brands to produce on specification, and the prices are fixed. So now you have a relationship between a lead firm, another firm as the supplier, and then the firm and their own workers. So you have what I'm calling a two-stage monopsony. How is it a two-stage monopsony? For instance, whether it's M&S or Zara or H&M, they all have about 1,000 suppliers for their garments. Now they don't have 1,000 varieties of garments. It's just that they want to build competition among suppliers. So they have many more suppliers than are required. This actually was first started by Ford and GM in the USA when they started having 3-4 suppliers for each input so that they could have competition among them and didn't have to rely on GM because there's an inelasticity in the supply. Just as in monopoly you have inelasticity in demand, here in monopsony you have an inelastic supply. You can't shift their production, which makes it inelastic. Now, similarly with agricultural producers also, maybe in the next season they could, but once they've produced in one season, they have to sell it. So they are also inelastic suppliers who have to accept whatever prices may come up in the market. So there would then be degrees of monopsony. Not all monopsony, and the least in something like IT services. So you have degrees of monopsony power which depend upon the elasticity of supply. From there you have to go to the laborers who work for those companies that produce for the lead firms. Now they can also shift to an extent, but a tailor, what can he do other than being a tailor? He can go to another garment firm, but can he go and work in an electronics assembly? He can't do that. Can he go and work in Maruti? He can't do that. So he's limited to where he can work. Either he works in the informal sector, where the opportunity cost will be much higher, meaning he would lose so much of his the wage that he can get. Therefore, his supply is also inelastic. So in a way, what the lead firms do is they create zones of monopsony. One of suppliers, and secondly of their laborers who are also tied to these. Now within that inelastic supply, those who are worse off, like women, will of course get a much worse deal. In fact, Joan Robinson, if you look at her 1933 book, she actually, this is the example she analyzed to show what monopoly does. She said, well, men workers are more unionized, therefore they're able to get a better wage. Women workers are not unionized, therefore the employers are able to utilize their weakness in order to reduce the wages they pay them. So what the employers do is to try to reduce competition among buyers. There may be more than one. For instance, newspapers. There are a number of newspapers, but you know our newspapers all have what's called a no poaching agreement. If you're working in Hindustan, Times of India will not let you in. So you remain there. So they have these no poaching, which is like reducing competition among the buyers. You have it in RWAs. You know, most of you may be living in colonies which have RWAs, and usually RWA members will not offer a higher wage to a housekeeper in another house. They'll keep it so that the wages don't go up. So there are these no poaching agreements, or you have non-disclosure agreements. If an IT engineer were to leave TCS, he is bound not to disclose what he has learned while working there. He cannot use it in his own business or in any other kind of work. So what do we do if we have this monopsony? There are some ways in which monopsony can be countered. The first one is association of power. The best example of this is OPEC. OPEC was able to combine the producers, the owners of raw material, the oil, and be able to bargain with the very few buyers of crude oil, and therefore they are able to keep their prices high. But not everybody can do that because coffee producers can't do that easily because coffee production can spread. Crude oil production cannot go around the world, but coffee production can spread, and therefore new areas can come up. But what they can try to do is some kind of product differentiation. They're not this. Coffee is not all the same. There is Arabica coffee, higher value. There's Robusta, which is of lower standard. Now, among Arabica, you can have single shade, shade grown, or I was very happy to hear about Araku coffee because I was involved in that project where this Araku Valley, where they started producing coffee, now they were able to sell their coffee at a higher price. So the main point, however, is that monopsony, as a matter of policy, is able to push the prices of the inputs below the cost of production. I won't go more into detail on what is the cost of production, but use the Marx Keynes type of cost of production, which also includes a kind of normal profit.
But if you push it below that, then leads to what we call a reverse subsidy. That is, the price of the input or the price of your output goes down because you kept wages below the living wages, or you've not paid for environmental services. Then it's a subsidy to capital. But in a global situation, it's not a subsidy to, say, the capital of the garment manufacturer because of the monopsony situation that he faces with the lead firm or the buyer of the garments, the brands which contract them the garment production. Therefore, because of this monopsony position, this shifts from the global south to the global north. So it's a subsidy not just in the global south, but also to the global north. So therefore, I will just end with this, that the question of monopsony is something that we need to bring into our analysis of agricultural markets. There is structure in that market which I think is best described by the term monopsony, that there is a power. This is not just demand and supply. There is a power of the buyers in this market, and we need to bring that power equation into the analysis of the outcomes in these markets. Thank you.
Many thanks, Mr. Renathan. Now, Amish, the discussant, you have 7 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you very much, the organizers. I think all of us agree that all three presentations were very, very comprehensive. I'll just take one or two points made by Professor Sukhpal Singh and also perhaps by Professor Abrol and Professor Nathan, which is about what is happening in the third factor apart from the state and the markets. And that is where I think there is this new discourse around FPOs, which is very, very important. According to a study that I saw conducted by two of my colleagues at Azim Premji University recently, there are more than 7,500 FPOs in the country operating right now, and there's a lot of regional diversity. Maharashtra and Karnataka have more than 50% of all the FPOs in terms of numbers. But if you look at the period of capital, Kerala, Andhra Pradesh is where the real activity is happening. And out of the 7,500, only 20 FPOs have more than 50% of all the paid up capital. So it's a very, very, like Professor Jha pointed out, uneven but sort of a unified development of FPOs around the country. And most of these FPOs are also located in some of these areas like dairies and plantations, and the highest FPO, by the way, has around 200 crores as the paid up capital. So it's a very, very important sector that is emerging. Now the thing is, if you look at the legal, institutional policy framework that is allowing this to happen, remember that many of these FPOs are not really FPOs, they are FPCs. They are registered under the Companies Act, which was amended in the year 2002 for the emergence of a new category called the producer companies. And according to the same study that I was thinking why everyone is looking there.
Because now you are there also.
Yeah. So strange. Yeah. So the FPC is the more appropriate term to look at this entire sector which is emerging. It's coming under the Ministry of Corporate Affairs, not under the Ministry of or the Department of Cooperation, which is a very important shift that has happened recently. And of course, if you look at the Companies Act amended in 2002, under which the FPCs are organized, there is no government representation. So this is completely a market-based activity. This is a purely commercial enterprise. But I mean, if you look at the study that I am referring to, one of the important insights that they generated, which I think is relevant for also what Professor Abrol said, what can the smallholders do, what can the classes which have been affected by this entire agri-business expansion do. In their study they found that when they spoke to the actual small farmers, smallholders who are supposedly the beneficiaries of these FPCs, most of those farmers thought that these FPCs are actually NGOs, which they are not. So, and they thought that the NGOs will help them out in terms of in times of distress or provide them some kind of decent work environment and decent income and things like that. But that was not what is happening on the ground at all. So the FPCs are basically purely commercial enterprises which are registered under the Commercial Companies Act but appear as something that is socially oriented NGO. So that is where we stand now in terms of the third factor that Professor Singh pointed out about the social sector, development sector, NGOs, who were trying to, earlier in the 50s or the 60s at least, trying to organize a more cooperative principle basis response to this kind of agribusiness threat. Now, and that's the beauty of, I think, neoliberal reimagination of agriculture, that even the response that is being imagined in terms of from a smallholder side has actually been very beautifully appropriated as part of the agribusiness. So FPCs are not an alternative in that sense. They are actually part of the entire process. Yeah, so I think that is what I had to add mostly on FPCs. Yeah, I'm practically done. Yeah, and recently, last thing that really brings everything together is that most of these SPCs have come about in the last 10 years. If you read the doubling of farming incomes, farm incomes document, an entire focus of that entire policy framework was SPCs. And most of these 7,500 SPCs have recently come in after 2014. So it's all come together. There is this civil society intervention, but that is mostly a part of the overall neoliberal project of reorganizing agriculture.
Why call it civil society?
I mean that I'm using it ironically. It's an ironic usage of the term civil society. So with that, I think
promoted by civil society. Yes.
I mean, the farmers think it is civil society. That's the point. The farmers really think it's civil society. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Anish. Can I? So we'll give the audience opportunity to ask questions. No comments and suggestions, please. So if you have pointed questions, we'll take 3 questions. I'll start with Onmitro and then other hands if they come up.
Yes. Speak loud.
So my question is to Professor Devnath, which is that you were talking about flexibility about sellers, and so the question is that is there a legal way through which, say for example, in case of monopoly, cartelization can be broken through, say, the Competition Commission marches over it and so on. So what I was thinking is that what is the scope of regulation so that this buyer's agreement that can be broken? Is there a possibility here?
Anyone else? Please raise your hand. If there are questions. Since there are no questions I can see right now, may I just request?
Yeah, since monopsony is not much recognized as a market relationship, there really has been little to.
So could you use the other mic? I don't think that's. If you could just use the other mic, maybe that's not working properly.
Okay. Yeah, since monopsony has not really. Maybe I'll go there.
No, it's working, sir. It's good.
One at a time. One at a time. Yeah, good. I think it's better. Yeah, that's anyway. Okay, since monopsony has not really been recognized as a market relationship, as a power relationship in the market, there's not much work on regulating it. What little there has been is at the national level. For instance, this no poaching agreement or non-disclosure, these are being contested in the USA, in the labor markets in the US. But again, at the global level, there's nothing because there is no regulation anyway of these global relationships. They are completely as the power relationships dictate them. So we need to move towards a regulation, but there is no regulation at present.
Okay, so last opportunity, if you feel that the question cannot be held back before tea, so go ahead. Otherwise, all the three speakers are available. So if you feel comfortable, you can do it during the break as well. If there are no questions, we can end the session. I just wanted to, I think all the three presentations in that sense were really picking up the right issues. One thing which I basically felt
more in terms of Professor Pal's presentation, which Professor Agarwal tried to respond in, that's the role of state. I mean, in a sense, in your presentation particularly, I didn't find the state, where do you see the state coming in as a regulator, as intervening in terms of balancing the, or actually as a participant, creating those institutions, those ones. Which I thought is where more can be said, in the sense that the state has not been a silent spectator. It has not been a participant, but in fact it has been a facilitator in that sense. And that facilitator role of the state, in a sense, with the contract farming or what you talked about, or for example the monopsony thing, in a sense, where the state has abdicated, what the first question was, in a sense, has completely abdicated its responsibility and allowed whatever is going on in that sense. That is something which is where India particularly, I would say, is slightly different, in the sense, even in the most of the developed countries, the state has been part of the whole agri-business approach in that sense, but it has not been a silent spectator. It is something which has intervened both in terms of regulation, in terms of support, and in terms of controlling the corporation, not so successfully, but that is no different from other sectors in that sense. But what we do see in India is a complete abdication, complete running away from those. But in a sense, whatever little they intervene, that is more in favor of the facilitators rather than actually being regulated. And we need a different kind of institutional structure, we need different kind of regulatory structure to basically deal with these issues. And that's the one point that I wanted to raise. The second point in that sense is that, which is actually very proudly in this sense. Are we imagining agriculture as it was in the 60s, 70s and 80s? Or how do we deal with this new form of agriculture? Whether you like it or not, whether you accept it or not, the nature of agriculture has changed, both in terms of mechanization that you talked about, the nature of the entry of finance capital, which Praveen was talking about. I mean, plants simply insulated. So pervasive that it is very difficult to say that, okay, you can enter everything else but not in this one. So that's something which is, again, the third factor, which is where it poses a bigger problem in that sense, is this whole globalization of agriculture, in the sense, which is the internationalization part of it. And that I think where the issues that are being raised, whether it is contract farming or the NFL education and the other issues like technology and climate change and other issues that you were talking about, or the monopsony in that sense, these are posing problems in general. The climate change issue is the big example of which, where the regulations in the last, the discussions in the climate change discussions, IPCCs for the last 20 years, we have seen a kind of pressure politics that is playing up. Those are will have an impact on agriculture. Those are not going to be where you can look at agriculture as a different thing. And that's the second problem where agriculture gets complicated, is the issue that you talked about, which you did not elaborate, which I think you will at some point in time, is this whole looking at agriculture as a standalone silo kind of a thing and linking it with the non-farm and this whole Mazdoor part of it. which is the agriculture labor part of it. Because that brings in a different kind of complexity that is also valid for Professor Devanathan's the whole idea of it, because the exploitation is happening not just through the products, through the inputs, but also principally, which is what Brain was talking about, is the old style, the appropriation or the exploitation through labor processes. And those labor processes are again not just restricted to agriculture. These are all pervasive in all sectors in that sense. So is there something that we can learn from the other sectors? Is there something that we can use to separate agricultural value chain from the other ones? Or is there something which is where I think a response has to go beyond agriculture, but has to put labor as a center stage of the entire action front, rather than looking at agriculture as a separate entity in that sense? I don't think that we all have answers, and even after 2 days we will have answers to these questions. But I just wanted to raise those questions to, in a sense, begin with, and I think Professor Supal would certainly like to have some comment.
I just want to supplement what you said. The role of the state in India in agri-business sector is very clear since 2017. You pick up any act which is supposed to regulate, is titled promotion and facilitation. It says it all. There is no doubt about it. It says promotion and facilitation, not regulation anymore.
So one question I can see from us at the end. So quickly, just a question, not a comment or.
Hello, am I audible? Okay, as you speak. So I was just wondering if there's any peculiarity with respect to the political economy of wage determination in an agricultural monopolistic market, in the sense that the wages that the workers are receiving, are they driven down to subsistence level, or is there a risk to the workers? Is there anything different within the monopolistic exploitation in the agricultural sector vis-a-vis the industrial sector?
Quick answer.
Yeah, okay. There is of course Yes, as it is well known, there has been a race to the bottom. It has been there in manufacture, it has been there in agriculture also. As newer and newer producers come in, the prices get up. You know, when you have a huge labor surplus, which is now not only in a country, but it is global. There's a global labor surplus which now affects to keep down wages in the market. And that inelasticity of labor supply is of course used by monopoly to increase their profit.
Last question.
I just need a clarification from Professor Supal. I mean, this is politics. What I understood from his presentation is that since contract farming is basically getting institutionalized, one solution or one option is to go for blue, right? So I differ with that, Professor Supal. The point is that the leading corporations is exactly trying to have group contracts via FTCs. They are, this is my understanding. In Kerala, they are trying it in rubber sector. They are dealing Japanese multinational firm, tire multinationals trying to do the same. So group contracts and the growth of FTC, which is based on Companies Act, is very tricky. You can correct me if I'm wrong.
Your deadly combination. Okay, I would say that we need mechanisms in place to deal with this challenge of making largely smallholders in India part of. If there anything positive about these new arrangements of whether commercialized agriculture or contract farming or any other arrangement of that kind which so-called links farmers with markets, then I am for all kinds of platform, whether FTCs or group contracts or any other way to maintain and enhance the bargaining power of the supplying farmers. In fact, let me say, in response to the question asked maybe earlier, there's at least one paper which talks about monopolistic exploitation and contract farming in India. Okay? So there has been some research, limited research. So I would say one can totally negate all this saying it doesn't happen in India. It's okay, live happily. But it's happening on the ground, and group contracts are happening on the ground already by default rather than by design of any government or any regulation. Then why not recognize and provide for it at least to reduce the ill effects of contract farming practice? That is my limited argument. Yeah, I am all for FPCs. You may call them whatever Himanshu was saying. You may call contract farming whatever, but it is the ground reality. We have to deal with it. Therefore, I am proposing some of these. The unfortunate part is that I have been saying it since 2002 that there should be encouragement to and provision of group contracts in our contract farming legislation. It is not even mentioned. That is the regulatory part of it. We can differ on this. You may say that these are planted by capitalists or whatever, but it's our own law. You can say that about any Indian law you want to say, but it's our own law. We have framed it. Our own academics have brought it as part of the committee. I was also like part of the inception of the seeding of the idea of producer company in 1990s when I was in the Rima. So I have been part of the journey right from that time. So I don't see anything problematic in that sense that it is hijacking the whole agenda and this and that. It depends how you use this platform or channel to deliver livelihoods to small farmers.
Thank you, Professor Shapal. With Chair's permission, just a couple of sentences. Nishad, in response to your question, for a very long time, this idea of subsistence wage being a floor has been part and parcel of classical Marxian political economy. I have maintained it for more than 2.5 decades that it's wrong. It can be pushed below that to malnutrition wages. It doesn't matter if people keep dying like flies. What's the problem if you have growing surplus because of variety of reasons? Yeah? So that's one. Two, to Professor Supal Singh, names matter. So that's why, many of us have struggled with this whole idea of what to call it. Yeah? Contemporary global value system. No, Himanshu talked about state. In your supply chain, etc., you can easily forget about the state. Right? Many other expressions, conceptual frameworks, you can easily sort of, bypass a whole lot of things. But if you are using a framework which has been there for so long, at least more than 200 years now, by different names, so that's why I think the names matter. We need to revisit some of these in terms of, I value every kind of expression. I am not dismissive of any of these. Right? I thought that we should clarify it. And the logistical issue, those who have not signed the this participation list at the registration desk, please do so. It's extremely important for us from the point of view of answering our sponsor. Yeah. So please take care of that. Okay. Thank you, Himanshu. And where is our one moment, Himanshu? Where is our vote of thanks? Yes.
Before you get tea.
Yes.
I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to all our esteemed speakers for their invaluable insights. Your valuable perspectives have enriched our insights of the subject. Now it is time for a short tea break. Please enjoy some refreshments and reassemble for the next session in 10 minutes. We have more exciting discussions coming up. Thank you.
This is the way to
Hello. 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 हेलो हेलो ये चला हेलो 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 माइक टेस्ट हेलो हेलो हेलो
Hello. Hello.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yeah, hi. Sorry, we've just managed to break for the tea break,
Okay.
and I think we should be in a position to rejoin in about 10 minutes.
Okay. So then I'll disconnect and I'll join back. Yeah.
Otherwise, if you would like, you can just leave the video off, and we can just
Okay.
inform you before we start.
Sure.
Yeah.
I'll do that. All right.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thanks.
afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. We'll be resuming with the workshop. For the next session, we have Indian agriculture and global value systems, recent experiences. Before we start the session, there are two announcements. One, the registration desk is still open, so who haven't done it can do it. And the next one, we're running a bit late, and we plan to finish off the session at 1:15. We'll try to stick to the time. Now for the session, let me introduce the speakers. We have Himanshu, Associate Professor at Center for Economic and Social Planning, JNU. We have Santosh Verma, an independent researcher who's done his PhD from Center for Economic and Social Planning, JNU. Sagri Ramdas would be joining online and is a member of Food Sovereignty Alliance. The discussant for the session is Avinendra Thakur, Associate Professor, Jindal School of Government and Public Policy, UP Jindal Global University. The moderator for the session is Dev Nathan, Visiting Professor, Institute of Human Development, New Delhi, Southern Center for Inequality Studies, Johannesburg, the New School for Social Research, New York, and Gen Dev Center for Research and Innovation, Gurgaon. Over to you, sir.
So we can begin the session. We can begin, and Himanshu is the first speaker. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Professor Devanathan. I think in many ways this session, particularly the questions as far as the topic of discussion is concerned, are not very different from what we were talking in the earlier session. The Indian, particularly in the current context, what I want to do is to basically break down the whole issue of Indian agriculture and its relation with the global value chain of production systems into three parts. The first is obviously the most obvious relationship in terms of how the Indian agriculture is getting more and more integrated with the global agricultural production system. And this is something which is happening both in terms of output, but also in terms of inputs. And it has implications not just for the way kind of agriculture that is being practiced, the choice of crops, implications for food security, but also implications for environmental security and climate change. In many, many ways, what is happening is very similar to what is happening in other sectors, where the developed countries or countries in the West, in so-called, are basically trying to hive off the so-called water-guzzling, environmentally unsustainable cropping systems to the developing countries. And this is something which is now picking up globally, mostly in the developing world, in South, global South, in Africa, in a large part of South Asia. And these are also which are changing the way agriculture is being practiced. We know of the stories in Zimbabwe, in many of the African countries, where agriculture for commercial purposes, led by the developed world, has led to a decline in their own domestic agricultural production system, a worsening of the labor situation, environmental sustainability, and various other things. Not so much known, but it is happening also in India. And it is happening in different parts of the country, in different crops, in the name of diversification, which most of the people who are working on agriculture see it as some kind of a beneficial outcome. And I'll just give you one example of it. I don't know many of you know this or not, but if you go to little 200 kilometers from here, if you go to the Rampur-Moradabad belt, there is a crop which is grown, mentha. The local name is, it's basically the mint leaves for industrial purposes, commercial purposes. This is a crop which is a water guzzling crop. Generally, this crop is harvested in July, end of June or July. So the crop is there in the field the entire April, May and June, completely flooded with water, completely flooded with water. It has to be kept like that. India does not consume that much of mint. almost 80% of that is exported, and that is exported to the global north for industrial purposes and medicinal purposes and various other purposes. And this is a crop which has now gained popularity at the cost of food crops, and large area is now being devoted to that, and there are several other examples of it. Now this is something which is kind of a predatory practice, and we see it happening in various other states, in various other crops, in Africa, a large part of South Asia, and in other countries as well. The second is obviously the issue related to the input market, where large part of inputs are now controlled by large multinational corporations. A few multinational corporations, typically 4 of them, have more or less a control of the entire agri-value chain system located in the global north. And their penetration has increased manifold in the last 2 to 3 decades. Mainly in seeds, but that is only the tip of the iceberg. They are actually there in almost every part of the agricultural production system, right from agricultural implements to seeds to fertilizers to pesticides to everything that you can think of, food processing and everything that you can think of. Now that's something which is a large value chain system on which we are there. And the third one is obviously something which I pick up from what Professor Praveen Jha was talking about, is this whole penetration of finance capital, which has come directly, also indirectly, and it is now has more or less been there in almost every crop, every production system that you can think of. These are the 3 ways in which this has affected. And the global financial capital, particularly the last part that I was talking about, is something which is not so visible. At least you don't see them. I mean, you don't have you don't see the BlackRock kind of a thing in agriculture. But remember, all of them are big partners in primary commodity trade. And the primary commodity trade is not just primary commodity trade as far as minerals or metals are concerned. Every one of these big financial enterprises has one foot in the primary commodity chain of agricultural commodities. And that is something which is now a big trade, a large volume of trade that is basically being controlled by these large multinational corporations. And these are the ones which are basically also putting pressure on developing countries to open up their markets, relax their markets, deregulate whatever existing institutional and other regulations which are there. And that has led to a completely different kind of I mean, in a sense, the push for corporate farming, the push for contract farming, the push for liberalizing markets, giving access to the markets, opening up agricultural market for retail trade, and all of these issues, they are basically coming as a result of the large push that is being pushed forward by these giant multinational financial firms as well as the global agricultural firms. Now, what I wanted to do was to basically, these are the facts, and these more or less have increased in intensity at this current juncture. They are now becoming more and more visible to eyes, and we know it. I mean, for example, we know that this is the whole issue of the farm laws. I mean, recently there was a whole leaked document that came out as to how the corporates played a role, and including our domestic capital as agribusiness as well as the international agribusiness, how they played a role in shaping up the entire, the 3 farm laws were basically initiated on their behest. They were part of the committees which formulated it, and they basically were pushing for the government to do that. So their penetration in the government system or the government, the public system is much more than what we know in particular ways. This is in a context, this is happening all in a context where we have seen agriculture become largely globalized. That's also reality, and that's something which is a fact that we cannot simply look away. That globalization has happened both in terms of price transmissions, prices basically being much more globally aligned now than they were, say, for example, 30 years back or 40 years back. And we have seen that happening in India after India became part of the global trade arrangement as part of the WTO after 1997. And there is a recent study which basically pointed out that the frequency of crisis in Indian agriculture is something that has gone up. The volatility in Indian agriculture in terms of crisis of production is something which has gone up, even though we are much more resilient in terms of weather, in terms of weather shocks and climate shocks. The first time we heard farmer suicides was after 1997. We had crisis of production and all of that was there, but the whole issue of debt trap, the whole issue of farmer committing suicides, that is something which basically became much more prominent after the international globalization of the international Indian agriculture. And that is something which is still there. Even today, if you go and look at any of the political parties as their manifesto in the coming elections, the loan waiver is something which is still there. The question of why are the farmers now more in debt? Why is it that their whole, where the finance capital is now much more affecting not just the large farmers, but also the small and medium farmers, marginal farmers, is something that needs to be understood in that context. Where the state, by taking recourse to loan waivers, is not trying to protect the farmer, but in a sense, facilitating the entry of finance capital, in a sense giving them the benefit of doubt in that sense. That is something which is now becoming more and more regular. And the big joke was that in 2019, Rajasthan farmers basically got 3 loan waivers in a span of 1 year. The outgoing Rajasthan government then gave a loan waiver. The elections were held in 2018 December. The new Congress government came in, and then again there was a loan waiver. So that's something which has become like the financial capital. And this is there, I mean, although you don't look at it. But much more is the link between the prices and the price transmission that we see. We now have a forward market, which was initially, which came in, and then thanks to the Abhijit Sen committee, it was regulated a little bit. And after that, not many people have noticed it, but it has slowly been deregulated. I mean, in a sense, that has become much more integrated in the value chain system. But even otherwise, the price transmission system is much more stronger now. So if wheat prices rise in the international market, there is no way you can actually insulate your domestic price market, and we see that happening. I mean, today, if the cereal price inflation is happening and is at a much larger scale, that is simply because the farmers, in a sense, do feel that their international prices are higher and they are selling it to private traders. So the private traders are taking advantage of the international prices. Government efforts of controlling through export bans have actually not helped. That poses a challenge because price transmissions bring you to uncertainty that is not being generated in the domestic economy, but is being generated outside your economy, and it's certainly making the farmer much more vulnerable. It has happened in many other commercial crops. It has happened in soybean, it has happened in mentha, it has happened in various other crops, cotton particularly, but it is now also threatening to impact your food crops, which is where food security issues are now being determined not just by your domestic production and output and supply gaps, but by domestic price, international price movements. It has affected where countries are now becoming more and more cautious. You have African countries much more affected because of the export ban that has been imposed by Government of India, but it's a general phenomenon. The second issue where I just wanted to bring in this price transmission particularly is the role of agribusiness and role of corporates, domestic corporates. We were self-sufficient in both edible oil and pulses by the beginning of the 1990s. Today, we import roughly 60 to 70% of our total edible oil imports. And pulses also, it's a very, very significant number. And we are completely dependent on imports in that sense. It just didn't happen because the farmers stopped growing those crops. It happened because our price policies were aligned in favor of big agricultural business houses in that sense. Adani Wilmar being one of the big producers in as far as the oil seeds and edible oil is concerned, but also in pulses, where they were allowed those free play, and they were allowed to bring in cheaper imports, which basically led to our domestic production basically being stifled. So that's where again the third question which is related to is the relationship between the domestic capital and the large capital and the role that state is playing. So in a sense, what we see now is the chain basically getting completed in a sense of the domestic capital becoming more like an agent of the international capital or becoming more like a part of the chain more than the poor is because that erodes the real value of the investment that made in the domestic capital. So for them, for any international agency, IMF, World Bank, all of them, the first object they've put in is that the domestic government should not have inflation going beyond a certain limit. Not because they're worried about that the poor people will be hurt, it's because they're protecting their own investments. But it is also where the focus on keeping food prices low is basically to help the big monopoly capital take advantage of the cheap labor that is available in the developing world, whether it is in China or the kind of competition that he has, Professor Sukhpal was talking about in the tournament kind of a thing, or for example, what Professor Devanathan was talking about, where the developing countries are competing with each other to keep the wages low. And how do you keep the wages low is by keeping the value of the wage goods low, which is wage goods are basically food, because it still constitutes more than 50% of the total consumption basket for the poorest wage workers in that sense. And one of the ways in this they would like to do it is to basically keep the food prices, or the inflation targeting mechanism is to keep the food prices low. So we are now seeing a whole chain which is basically being guiding in a way where the agricultural production system is no longer working on the interest on which with the 50s, 60s we started with the three objectives of agricultural system of food security, national sovereignty issue related to food security, the issue of protecting the most vulnerable of the producers, which is basically agricultural laborers, workers and farmers, the remunerative prices and all of those issues related to that. And the third issue of maintaining a sustainable environmental balance in that sense. And all of these three are now become subservient in a sense to the other objective being pushed by the global capital of basically increasing profitability and taking away the, or passing the burden of environmental correction to the developing countries, to the poorest section of the, or poorest section of the developing countries. And I think that's a situation where the answer does not lie only in the state response, but also in terms of our understanding of how the global production structure is designed. I'll just stop here.
We change the program. We next have Sagari Ramdas, who's waiting on the internet to speak. Sagari, can you hear?
Yeah, hi. Hi there.
Hi. Okay. Please go ahead.
I'm going to try and make my presentation. So I'm going to try and share it on Google Meet. Let's hope that works. So, yeah. Can you see the, no, wait a second. And
It was visible.
okay, wait a, is it, are you able to see my screen?
Now it's, yes.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Is that visible?
Yes.
Okay. So thank you for inviting me to share my thoughts and reflections on behalf of the Food Sovereignty Alliance. So, you know, I'm really thanks to Himanshu for setting the context, because I'm actually just going to take off in a way and expand on a few of the elements that we've already heard. So I think one of the core areas which I feel there has been a huge shift in the vision of agriculture has been that, you know, post-independence, it was always about agriculture being about us in this country becoming food self-sufficient and ensuring food at affordable prices to the Indian people, right? And that's why we had, for instance, universal PDS. And this was directly linked to the intent of ensuring farmer livelihood and income security, whether it was through assured MSP, assured procurement, the kinds of subsidies that we had in agriculture. And of course, we know the history or the story post-liberalization. It's nearly now 30 years or 32 years since then. And at this moment, what I can, if we look at, for instance, the the doubling of farmers' income definition of what is agriculture today, it is all about agriculture being essentially an agri-enterprise. So there is no kind of, there's no kind of pretensions about what agriculture is to be. It is to be an agri-enterprise. And today, it is about agriculture being a chosen option, which is again a euphemism for saying that this is a space for the big players to continue to play their role and play big capital to be really informing and instructing and shaping agriculture and pushing all the small, the majority who today are the small and marginal farmers and the landless agriculture workers out of this area of food and agriculture production. And of course, it is no longer about, we are, of course, today we've not even the kind of income inequality, the kind of malnutrition so visible just by the fact that the majority of Indian women today are highly anemic. I think that one fact alone, and if you look at children and all the kind of statistics which demonstrate that we are nowhere near having assured food and nutritional security for the people of India, we're already talking about in this vision about it becoming our interest to secure global food and nutrition security, right? And of course, towards this realization, much of what we heard from Himanshu has already also been very specified, very clearly specified as to how this is going to happen. For instance, this creation of an agriculture logistics system where it is about aggregating produce, transportation, warehouses, cold chains, and the whole very clearly the definition that farmer producer organizations are, their only role is about aggregating produce not to serve your interests, but it's to serve the interests of industry. And it's to shape your production to align with the demands of that processing industry. And of course, this whole notion of establishing agriculture value system, which is for them, what is really bothering is to fix the fragmented supply chain. Because at one end, and we'll see that later in what I am going to present, is that there are several parts of our system which continue to be in the realm of what is defined as the informal or the unorganized. And what industry and agribusiness does not like is actually this fragmented nature of the supply chain. And therefore, the intent today is to integrate it into supply chains, both domestically and then finally globally at larger and larger levels, all down that value chain. And then this whole talk of one nation, one market. I mean, of course, the farmers' movement rejected and forced the repeal of the farm laws, but the intent is continuing. For instance, through this national digital platform of trading today, which is the idea or the vision of how India's agriculture markets should operate, where right from the primary markets, right up to the global markets, from primary right to exports, all of this is going to be done essentially digitally. So you don't even need to you can bypass in a sense the kinds of regulations that we have in place. And of course, if we look through the recommendations, whether it is in the doubling of farmer income, which came out in 2018, or it is the 15th Finance Commission, every single aspect, whether it's the land lease reforms, and the land lease reforms being recommended are not so that you can encourage small marginal farmers to lease in land, not at all. It is very much about agro-industry being able to actually set up and get these lands for setting up their logistics, their warehouses, their cold chains, etc. It is very much talking about replacing even the few subsidies which exist today in the areas of water, for instance, to completely privatize that and privatize power. It is very clearly talking about the exports and the intent of India to basically command its agriculture for an export purpose and not for domestic consumption. And it's essentially, and finally, when we talk about oil and wood, the fact that till 30 years ago we were self-sufficient in oil, then we've reached a situation today because of deregulation, because of liberalization, that today we're importing the maximum quantity of oil. But the plan for meeting the oil is not to go back to oilseed production, but it is to promote palm oil. Because who is the largest today, the agri-business domestically, which is going to benefit and profit from palm oil, is Adani's, for instance. And of course, for import substitution of wood, what has been their intent, and it was intended and very clearly defined in the 15th Finance Commission, was to amend the Forest Act to allow privatization of forests, for instance, which, as we know, has already happened. And of course, when we look at the history, and this is just to show us how this has been so well planned, right? All these entities, whether it's the IMF and World Bank and the WTO, whether it's the UN systems or all the international finance institution and banks or the World Economic Forum and states have all come together. And this is just to show you a kind of a timeline. For instance, in 2017 itself, this new vision of agriculture initiative in India and all the big agribusiness players, both domestic and global capital, have a presence there, actually have conceptualized what we find written in today in our government and state books. And of course, we heard that. The UN itself today is, though it talks in the language of building agency, transforming structures, and changing power relations, in a sense, it's about how can we ensure and get the capture of food in the hands of agribusiness and global capital. And in order to do this, as we heard it from Himanshu as well, already we find that at the input end, the input has been more or less captured by the large agribusiness players, whether it is in seeds or in fertilizers and pesticides and herbicides and tractors and machines. The four large players today, as we know, and there's been this attrition and these mergers. Today you have these four big players, whether it's Monsanto and Bayer who have now merged, or BASF or Dow and DuPont, or Syngenta and China Chem. The big players today have virtually captured the entire production at the inputs at the input end. And of course, through these last 30 years, there have been various attempts to then completely kind of complete this value chain linking up. And this, for instance, is an example from Andhra Pradesh and Telangana, where I'm located, that systematically it has been about deregulating our agriculture produce market systems. So, for instance, in Andhra and Telangana, rice for the last 30 years now has no longer been transacted and traded in the space of the APMC at all. But it is already, there have been processes of privatization of the procurement of rice, etc., whether it's to rice mills or traders, or even using and incorporating the SAG groups and the women's SAG groups into these markets. And of course, who is the labor that we're talking about primarily, which is being exploited in all of this? It has a gender and a caste face to it. It is not just agriculture labor. It is primarily women of Dalit, Adivasi, and Bahujan communities whose labor is completely being exploited to serve the interests of agribusiness all around the value chain. And of course, the role of these different players is that the IMF and World Bank have always played this role of first providing the initial support investment. For instance, if we look at in my state, in Andhra Pradesh and Telangana, it has been about, first of all, experimenting with models. So you provide this initial support investment, which then will provide a kind of a base for attracting private investment. You remove barriers, and that is a role of the WTO, the international trade agreements. And of course, then the states stand guarantee. And today, India, the state in India is very, very, very surely what we see is how the state is really facilitating this capture. And to look at it a little closely, and this I have taken from the high-level export group, this vision of how they intend to kind of bridge and complete this value chain. So, for instance, you see that 90 to 95% of the chili value chain, the input is virtually all taken up at the end by the various agribusiness player. At the end of farming and production, the agribusiness and corporates and big capital can't stand these 90 to 95% small and marginal players. And so you have to aggregate, and that's why the purpose of FPOs. But FPOs not to be independent groups who want to decide who they will sell with, but to get vertically integrated. Because at the aggregation and logistics end, of course, what we find in India is this multiple players, whether it's small traders, wholesalers, commission agents. So because of the multiple players, because we still have an APMC, which is a regulated kind of structures, this now, the desire is to replace it with agribusiness logistics, right? So it could be Cargill, it could be so many other big players. Already in the chili marketing, we see that processing and exports has virtually already been taken over by agribusiness players. Similarly, here is the oilseeds value chain. And again, you see, if the production today is in the hands of small and marginal farmers, what they want to do is to bring them into FPOs, integrate them, and get rid of small and medium traders, bring these into the fold of agribusiness basically taking control and organizing logistics, infrastructure, cold chains, and already at the processing, you see that players such as Adani are playing such a big role. We already have then at the level of retail, for instance, you have these big players, and this is just to give us a sense of how already our food systems are virtually the chains are being closed. An example again for goats. Today 85% of goat rearing is, and 85% of the price finally, if you and I are buying a kilo of meat at 800 rupees a kilo of meat, nearly 600 to 700 rupees is an earning by the small players, by the small and marginal farmers, because it is one of the least controlled by agribusiness today. But the intent of the government India, for instance, and all the big players which are coming in, is to also regulate this, get the captures, organize them into FPOs, and finally integrate them, have integrators to then, so that 85% which today is being earned by small farmers, you want that earning to be earned by agribusiness. So what is build agency here? You have to become a good link in the chain. That is the intent of agribusiness. What is challenging power? It is not about women, Adivasis and Dalits and persons of disability to do their own markets or have local markets, but it is for them to become servile parts of this chain. And finally, transform structures. It's not that you want to transform structures to formalize the informal into the global supply chain. You already have a situation to make this possible, and this is something which has happened and evolved in the last 30 years, of having this whole concept of one district, one product. So ecologically unsustainable and so economically so unsustainable, which we shall see later. We already have, for instance, the coming together of the big players, whether it is Amazon and state and civil society organizations, who are actually ensuring that farmers groups get organized and that get integrated into these big agri players today who are controlling food and retail, for instance, and the e-markets of food. The other big thing today, which is on the anvil and which is happening very rapidly, is the entire role of big data and big tech in the control of agriculture. So, for instance, you have Microsoft and other kinds of data buyer coming together, signing MOUs. Even in the field of agroecology or so-called non-pesticide natural farming, you have this entire proposal that this should now be supported by blended financing and private financing, and that the subsidies which will be saved on pesticides, on agriculture fertilizers, on water, that all those subsidies will go for state to service the interest of blended finance. To complete the chain, even the Kirana stores, which we thought were independent, have already been, for instance, whether it's Flipkart and Walmart or whether it's Amazon and Geo Reliance, all of them integrating Kirana stores into their chain so that they purchase their provisions from the Amazon chains. Again, just to show you, it's not just Amazon, but Reliance Retail as well, which is not only at the end of supply, but at the end of inputs to farmers as well. Finally, this entire corporate capture of agri and the food being facilitated by the state so for instance, you see here, Ministry of Agriculture has signed these huge MOUs to facilitate the big data, big ag marriage and take over, because what the global supply chains need today is precise data. They need precise data, they need traceability, they are utilizing the facilities of the big agri-intelligence kind of data and bringing it in alliance with agriculture so that they can take control. It's not about exports and imports. It's about where can you access, you want control over food and access of that food, no matter which part of the geographic world. Similar vein, ICAR having signed an agreement with Bayer. And you know, Bayer today is not just Bayer, it's Bayer and Syngenta together. And so today, there's a normalization of the relationship of the state facilitating big capital and agribusiness takeover and capture of Indian agriculture and food. And our experience at the Alliance, and what I want to finally end with, is this one of the big areas or the early areas of deregulations of markets was actually in dairying. And when we look at dairying and how till about 30 years ago, nearly 84% of the dairy farmers were 84% were small and marginal, and they produce 90% of the milk. And when we speak about them being small and marginal, they were really about being farmers who owned 1 to 2 animals. And there were multiple kinds of avenues of sales, whether it's to mithai walas, tea shops, dahi shops, directly to households. And 75% continue to be in the realm of the informal and the unorganized. The 25% which was organized were in the realm of the state dairy federations, the NDDB, the structures of state cooperative dairy federations, etc. This was the story up to 1992. The first thing which happened post-liberalization was the deregulation and delicensing of the dairy sector. And what then has happened subsequently, and the situation we are today, is that nearly 5 million small marginal farmers have been thrown out of dairying. The small and marginal are no longer, the 1 to 2 are just about 45%. And the small and marginal have become they have been pushed into having larger and larger numbers of animals. Nearly 40% of our milk today is actually produced by larger and larger farms. 50% only is in the realm of the informal. Nearly 50% are in the organized sector, and the cooperatives have become really private cooperatives. And the impact of this is the volatility of milk prices has been explosive. In 2000, when India first had this collapse of milk prices, there was a crash of milk prices in 2002. That was because it was about dumping of butterfat and SMP from global players in the north into India, because we at that time we removed quantitative restrictions. We just allowed a full-fledged kind of dumping. But in 2015, when there was the crash in milk prices, this was nothing to do with dumping from from global north into India. But it was very much about India's milk markets itself having got integrated with global markets. And this then having led to a huge volatility of prices, which then could not be, India was no longer kind of protected in it, and resulted in this massive milk price. So our experience, and I'd like to end here, is that our experience has really been about how the more we allow the global capture, the more we get integrated into the global supply chains, it is resulting in ecological vulnerability. Today we are in a climate crisis. You have pushed farmers through our policies to grow only 1 crop or 2 crops. Today, that is not sustainable any longer, and that's why farmers are continuously becoming faced with ecological and climatic vulnerabilities and crises, not for their own making, but because of the entire intent of how agriculture and food is being framed today. The economic vulnerabilities are very evident. The story of milk is something we have to really take on board very seriously. And none of those small players, by the way, are even consuming that milk. Today we have, I think, a 440 gram per capita availability of milk, but who is really consuming that milk? We're talking about the exports of milk, and when you talk about the exports of milk, you're talking about the exports of water. We're also talking about immense food and livelihood vulnerability. Thousands of small traders, small retailers, small shopkeepers and vendors being thrown out of the global supply of the existing value chains and being taken over then by big players. So I think this is the story we need to be conscious of. This is what is very clearly happening. The role of the state is something we have to be very concerned about, because the state is no longer there to protect the interests of the small and marginal and the agriculture workers, and least of all, the women who are really kind of holding this and whose labor is being exploited to sustain such a system. Thanks, I'll end there.
Thank you, Sagari. Our next presenter is Santosh Verma. Should we take questions first? No? Okay.
Okay, thank you, Chair, and also thanks to the organizers for giving me this opportunity to be here. Okay, so my paper is on analyzing the CACP data. Basically, I have analyzed on paddy crop in India. क्या हुआ?
नहीं सर वो उससे भी हो जाएगा सर वो कर रहे हैं उधर प्रोसेस
Okay, so my paper is on basically input use and cost of cultivation of paddy in India, and I have used CACP data to analyze this. As we know that there is ample of literature available, theoretical or empirical, that there is agrarian crisis in India, and it has been characterized basically in three ways. One is that increasing cost of cultivation, as we all know, and second is something dwindling the price realization of the produce, and what is happening due to all these things is the rapid decline in overall workforce with drastic decline in youth involved in agriculture. So basically what our frame is already set, what Professor Sukhpal Singh was saying in the morning, that like small farmers are getting out of agriculture. So I would like to basically present here in terms of how the cost of cultivation is increasing in the paddy crop, and in what way price realization is not taking place for the farmers. So in terms of background, there was a somewhat protectionist argument was there, where subsidies were being provided for inputs and all other things to basically farmers to be in agriculture. But after 1991, there is, of course, we have that the government declined all kinds of agricultural subsidies or almost abandoned the sector. So now what basically I am doing in this paper is this paper intends to capture the movement of cost of cultivation of paddy crop and between the period 2004-5 to 2021-22. I'm not going into the method, how basically due to there is lesser time. I'm just coming on increasing cost of cultivation, that is basically if the farmers are purchasing the inputs. So what is happening to all kinds of inputs, basically the A1 cost. So if we see the irrigation and seeds from 2004-5 to 2021-22, costs of irrigation that depend on diesel prices, canal irrigation, electricity tariffs, that all has gone up. Then with gradual movement towards neoliberal policies, government allowed the private sector through, in terms of seeds, open general licenses in 1988, and after 2002, all kinds of seeds were privatized for production and distribution. So we can see, like, the movement of basically the cost of seeds and cost of irrigation going up in the last 17, 18 years. Then if we come to like fertilizers and insecticides, that is also like declining subsidy of farmers lead to increase in fertilizer prices. Then again, because farmers are using more and more fertilizer, so there is also need for pesticides to be like being used more, so that like so in that way the cost is also increasing for the farmers. Then what is happening to machinery charges basically? Paddy cultivation is largely about intensive, as shown, where almost half of the operational costs go to the share of human labor charges, but higher uses of machines have displaced laborers from the paddy cultivation. Total machine labor charges, which were 9.5% of the operational costs in 2004-05, has increased to almost 21% in 2021-22. Likewise, there can be reasons of growing machine labor charges. First, like there are various reasons of it where machine labor charge has gone up. So if we can see, like share of hard machinery in total machinery charges, like that is around 90% in all over India. So in that sense, like if the farmers are hiring the machines, so of course the costs will go up. Then use of labor. What has happened to use of labor in paddy cultivation? That animal labor has drastically declined because there is no use of animal labor anymore. And likewise, the human labor is also declining, because there is normally the machine labor displaces human labor, so the relationship between human labor and machine labor is negative. But of course, because there is no bullock labor is being used, so of course the human labor will also go down. Now coming to human labor wages, days have declined, but of course, like these are basically, these figures are based on 2011-12 deflated prices. So of course the wages in somewhat has gone up, but the labor days has declined from 100 to 67.7 labor days per hectare in India. Now coming to share of total wage to casual wages and casual wages, that we can find that total wages is almost 50% of the operational cost, and casual wages also on that line itself. Then interest on working capital per hectare, because agriculture is no more priority sector, so interest rates have gone up, so there is increase in interest rates, interests paid on working capital. Now so this is cost movement of purchased inputs, basically the A1 cost. So we put together those items of costs that the cultivators buy predominantly from the market to understand the cost movement of purchased items, purchased inputs. So these items are hired human labor, casual, attached, and the animal labor, hired machine labor, seed charges, chemical fertilizers, insecticides, irrigation charges, and interests on short-term working capital. Yeah, okay. Now, total cost of cultivation, if we see fixed cost, operational cost, and cost of cultivation per hectare in paddy crop has gone up from 33,000 to around 47,630, and in both operational and fixed costs have gone up per hectare. Now coming to costs and price realization, that is basically very important thing. Of course, the A2 plus FL is the red line, where basically the government fixes the MSP. So the government says that, okay, farmers are in profitable condition. But if we see the C2 costs, so basically I have taken value of main produce and value of final produce. So if we compare with the C2 cost, so almost there is no profit, no basically net income to the farmers. and net value of produce in paddy cultivation in India. So if we can see clearly here what has happened in the last 17-18 years, that per hectare net value of produce has been like declining. And in the period from 2014, 15, 16 where government said that farmers income will be doubled, but what is happening all the years the farmers are getting negative income from paddy cultivation. And this is the last slide, state-wise net value of produce. So this is 5-year moving average from 2017-18 to 2021-22, state-wise average. So among the major paddy producing states, the farmers of Bihar, Odisha, Tamil Nadu, Uttar Pradesh and West Bengal are getting negative income from paddy cultivation. And then basically the Punjab, Chhattisgarh and Madhya Pradesh are having like some positive income from paddy cultivation in Chhattisgarh, because in this period government started Rajiv Gandhi Kisan Aay Yojana. In Madhya Pradesh government started Bhavantar Yojana, and in Punjab like 97 or 98% farmers are selling their produce on MSP. So that's why we can see also why the farmers of Punjab or this region were asking for the MSP, that there should be a guarantee on MSP, that because farmers are able to sell their own their produce on MSP, so they have, of course, they have 40,000 per hectare income. But if you see Orissa or Bihar or Uttar Pradesh or West Bengal, there is negative income from paddy cultivation to the farmers. So this is my presentation. Thank you.
Okay, now the discussion. Abanindu Thakur, time please. 7 minutes or a little less? Less. 5 minutes. 5 minutes. So,
no, just discussion. We'll talk about few things. Okay, so basically excellent presentations. So it's very difficult. I have only 4-5 minutes. So basically all three presentations were talking about the impact of the current value system in agriculture, basically imposing a kind of forced diversification which is not environment friendly, or even moving towards non food grain crops, concentration of input market which is leading towards higher cost of cultivations, and it's basically largely monopolistic controls are there. Then the role of finance capital in trading, and in fact shifting value from farmers to different labels. In fact, second paper was Ramdas paper, also talked about how it was made very deliberate by the government in through amendments and all, that a shifting of value system, the shifting of agriculture value is moving from agriculture to the higher value chains very deliberately, and all amendments are basically leading towards that. In fact, Santosh's paper was also talking about rising cost and definitely not commensurate rise in prices, so that profitability of the farmers has been declined. In fact, it is particularly for rice, it has declined has been more for very prominent states. So what is very important here, of course, when India's agriculture is globalized, in fact, as far as price is concerned, India's agriculture price was subjected to international volatility. And in fact, if you look at the decade of 80s and 90s and post 90s, in fact, the volatility is very high. In fact, very much it is part of international volatility. But few things which are very important, I would, in fact, that if you look at the price fluctuations in India, even in rice, in case of rice or most other cash crops as well as food grain crops, it is evident that some of the prices of some of the commodities are rising very fast for a brief period of time. Sometimes it is of course commensurate to international movement of prices, but sometimes it is not. In fact, pulses, maybe onions, there are some commodities for which the prices are rising in a very short span of time. And in fact, and if we look at the farmer's perspective, more than 95% of the farmers are selling their commodity at the time of harvest, at which the prices are very low during that time. So what I actually find very interesting, that what is the role of these big corporates or the finance capital which is entering into this market to raise prices artificially for a certain brief period of time, and creating a huge profit, maybe very short span of time. So that rise to some extent, of course, might be reflections of international price movement, but in some extent it's much higher than the international movement, much higher. And in fact, after a certain period, it also goes down through other movement, but by that time, huge profit are already made. So it's also very important to highlight, to think about that, what is the role of the finance capital or domestic capital, big capital, which are basically entering into this commodity trade, or maybe trading, trading of agricultural goods within the country, to inflate that. In fact, it has very negative bearings for those who are, in fact, the benefit is not going to the farmers, because most of them are already selling their produce at the time of harvest. But on the other hand, those large section of the populations who are basically dependent on purchasing foods in the market, domestic market, they are affected the most. So on the one hand, for a brief period when price inflation is there, of course, for some commodities, the benefit is not going to the farmers, rather it has negative bearings for large section of the farmers, or maybe non-farmers, who are basically buying their food for consumption. So in fact, if we look at the state level fluctuations also, not at the national level, state level also, price fluctuations of different crops are very different. Some states are, like developed states like Punjab, Haryana, or other states are showing very high level of fluctuations in temporal prices for even couple of months. So those difference in price fluctuations across states, and also in a temporal sense across the nations, might be related directly to somewhat that kind of investment which is happening, or maybe speculative, capital which are being invested in trading and all. So anyway, we don't have time. Let's not, we'll have more questions on that. Thank you.
Do we have time for questions? One or two questions if we have, but very urgent questions. No comments, only questions.
So my question is, what measures can be taken to arrest the growing corporatization and commercialization of Indian agriculture?
Question for. It's for everybody.
We'll take the other question.
What measures can be taken in order to arrest the growing corporatization and commercialization of Indian agriculture?
Okay. Any other question? Yeah, please.
My question is to Sabrina. She was talking about how SHGs are also being used by the corporates. And since, like, Avanish sir was also talking about in the previous session how smallholders' responses are being appropriated, I was wondering, do you have any insights into what could resistance look like to the corporates that cannot be appropriated?
Okay, I think we can give 1 minute each to the three speakers, please.
I think when both the questions are related in that sense. Remember, agriculture is a business. It's not a charity program. Farmers are earning their profit and livelihood. I mean, it's like any other business. And there is likely to be commercialization as economies change in that sense, production systems change. The question is not how to protect, how to stop commercialization in a sense, but how to protect the vulnerable, and that's where the state's role becomes important. You would try and protect them, make sure that the vulnerable are not unduly punished in the process of development. That, I think, is the question that we should be looking at, and then I think there are good examples of it and there are better examples of it. So there are a number of ways in which it can be done. It is not something which is impossible to do. It depends on where you are located, in the side of business with corporates or on the side of the farmers.
Sagari, would you like to take 1 minute?
I can't hear the proceedings.
Oh, you couldn't hear. Then I think we leave.
I'm unable to hear.
Then we leave that. Okay, thank you. We won't be able to take your comments then.
The microphone seems to be off.
Okay, thank you. We will then end it like this.
Should I speak? Because I can't hear what's happening.
Leave that.
Yes. I have just.
Can you hear me? I can't hear. I can't hear what's happening. Should I speak? Can you hear me? No. I can't hear. Do you want me to speak or no? Should I respond? No?
Okay, just I have one line answer that whether we can stop this corporatization or not is the kind of political interference we have. Like if there is like Kisan Sabha or like any other movement like that, then only we can stop this kind of corporatization. Otherwise, this is the last generation in agriculture.
Okay, thanks to all the speakers and those who asked questions and commented. I think we end the session now. Any announcement? Lunch follows.
Thank you so much to all of the speakers for giving us more insights into the recent experiences in Indian agriculture and how it relates to the global value systems. We'll break for lunch now, and it was originally supposed to be for 45
Should I
minutes.
speak? Can you hear me?
It was originally supposed to be for 45 minutes, but we'll keep it to 35 minutes and
Okay.
try to meet back here.
I'll speak, though I can't hear what's happening. So I think a quick, okay, I can.
So we'll meet back here at 2 for the session on changing contours of agribusiness and some implications for farmers.
मैंने एक्चुअली किसी और को किया था
और कैसा है तुम्हारे सेंटर बताओ क्या क्या होता है फूड कूपन मिले फूड कूपन
यूरोपियन स्टडीज में भी ऐसे ही हुआ था
यूरोपियन सेंटर की तो नहीं हो ना यहाँ की
अरे पर मैं वहाँ गई थी वहाँ पे भी ऐसे ही हुआ था
तुम वहाँ की हो नहीं ना तुम यहाँ
अरे वो सब छोड़ो मैं यहाँ पे भी नहीं हूँ अभी हम बाहर चलते हैं ना खाने चलो ना इतनी लंबी लाइन
कहाँ खिला अरे तो खिलाते नहीं दूसरा खिला रहा बहुत तेज भाई बहुत तेज हम समझ गए इसका स्ट्रेटजी
क्या
हम तो ऐसे ही चलो चाहिए कोई नहीं कह तुम्हारी स्ट्रेटजी हम समझ गए
क्या स्ट्रैटेजी
कि आज की पार्टी चलो उस बार करेंगे चलो उस
नहीं आई पे चलो चलो नो 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 आई पे
लेकिन लाइन बढ़ नहीं रहा या आप लाइन से बाहर है आप लाइन से बस तो क्या यहाँ तक मुंबई से भी लोग आ जा रहे हैं भाई आरबीआई वाले को भी मिलेगा आना तो मिलेगा
चले
अरे फूड कूपन वगैरह बोल रहे हैं फूड कूपन बोल रहे हैं अच्छा खाने खिलाएगा ठीक क्या चाहिए
नहीं 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 आई थिंक
अरे
विल
इसका सेंटर है बताइए लड़की ऐसे करती है क्या तरीका है सब
अरे
और बहुत दिन हो गया ना
मैंने अभी खाया परसों ही
तो हम लोग को नहीं
चलो ठीक है आप दोनों खाओ मैं खा लूँ ऐसे ही बहुत हैवी हो जाता है आई नीड समथिंग लाइक अरे पर बहुत टाइम गया मैं थोड़ी देर पढ़ती हूँ आप मुझे लाइब्रेरी आप मेरा अपने साथ बैठो
नहीं है चल 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 चल
आप लोग जाओ ना आप लोग बात करो नहीं मुझे भूख नहीं है
अरे यहाँ बहुत सारा आइटम होगा संतोष से मिले हो
हाँ हेलो सर स्मृति
बताओ इंट्रोड्यूस कराओ
आपकी क्लास नहीं थी आज आपकी क्लास नहीं थी आज
क्लास थी आगे मुझे लगा तेरे साथ सुनने की माहौल बनाना पड़ता है नहीं नहीं यार
चलो आप जाओ
अकेले क्या आऊँगा पागल हो गया
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to you all after the lunch. So there is a slight change in the schedule right now. Professor Avinash Kumar along with Ankit will be will be speaking in the last lecture for today. And the session now is on changing counters of agri-businesses and some implication for farmers. The speakers here are Devesh Birwal sir, Anchal Arora. Devesh Birwal is an assistant professor teaching at Delhi School of Economics. He is also the managing director of Center for Development Economics. Anchal Arora is assistant professor at the Indian Institute for Foreign Trade. Kavya is a researcher with ETC Group. And our last speaker will be Varun Kumar Das. So Varun Kumar Das is an assistant professor at Delhi School of Economics, and the discussant in the session will be Rohit Parasa sir. He is an assistant professor in Department of Economics, New Delhi. The moderator will be Dinesh Agrawal sir, who is retired professor from Institute of Studies in Industrial Development. So, sir, over to you.
Thank you, Surya. The session that we are conducting now is titled has the title as Changing Contours of Agri-Businesses and Some Implications for Farmers. So we will learn about how the landscape where agri-businesses are active and the areas that they are trying to dominate, their contours are changing and how they are changing. Okay, that's one question. And the second question is implications for farmers. When we say implications for farmers, I hope we will also include how farmers can resist and can change the situation. So that should be also included in the conversation as implications of the stuff. Otherwise, we will be restricting ourselves to merely explaining things and not showing what potential exists for even transforming things as far as it's concerned. So that's my request as a chair, and I will not speak for more time because the time is really short, and I have requested that friends that they can finish their presentation in 13 minutes. That will be helpful. They earn 2 minutes for everybody else as far as it's concerned. Because we're starting at 2:15 plus now, and we have to complete this whole session completed by 3:15. So you want to have a cup of tea also before Alice joins us online. So we are going to invite Kavya. Kavya is from ETC. The ETC has done wonderful work on agri-businesses internationally, how they are controlling and dominating, and what are the changes that are taking place. They have been taking note of. They have brought out a number of books. Their website you can go into and you can go. Today we are only giving 13 minutes to Kavya.
Firstly, thank you for inviting me to the group here. It's a really valuable opportunity for us to learn. Usually we present it from CSOs and social movements, so it's a very different audience, at least for me. ATC Group actually stands for Action Group on Erosion Technology and Concentration, and we'll be covering corporate concentration in industrial agriculture today. A lot of what I'll be talking about is from a report from last week called Food Balance. ETC Group has been doing this for the last 3 to 4 decades. So we are able to make historical comparisons about how corporates are increasing their power in the industrial food system, which are the biggest companies, how the scenario is changing. In this particular report, we tracked market shares of companies in 11 food and agriculture related sectors. I won't be going through all. and the strategies they are deploying to expand and entrench their control across the industrial food system. Broadly, the trends we'll be covering are increasing corporate concentration in the industrial food chain, which has been talked about many times before in the previous sessions. How big ag companies, that's how we call it, are pushing for digital technologies, and we'll briefly also talk about big tech's involvement in agriculture. Okay? So this research has been done in the past, mainly to highlight corporate concentration in the agriculture and food related sectors. Now broadly what we mean by corporate concentration is how fewer companies are exercising more and more control across the food chain. Why it is bad? Because when a handful of companies are allowed to dominate in uncompetitive markets with little regulatory oversight, they can and they do use their market power to raise prices, which many claim is what happened during the 2008 food price crisis. They can dictate the research and development agenda. They can have a monopoly on extractive technologies, and they can maximize their own profits while continuing to extract value from farmers and consumers by charging high prices. Many of the agri-food sectors that we track are top-heavy to the extent that they are only controlled by 4 to 6 firms. So for example, Syngenta controls 25% of the agrochemical sector, and the top 4 companies in the agrochemical sector in all control 62% of the global market share. And we've listed the different sectors in this particular graphic. You can go to our report and check these in detail. We cover sectors like animal pharma, livestock genetics, farm machinery, commercial, among others, food and beverage processing, big meat companies, and so on. So the top 6 companies in the commercial seed sector control 58% today, with just Bayer holding 23%. Now, to show how bad things have gotten, when we did this research back in, I think, 1994, which is when I was born, only 10 companies held 40% of the market share, but today it's just 2 companies that control 40%. So in the span of my life, the concentration has grown really bad and to a staggering extent. The farm machinery sector now, this sector kind of makes it important to remember that these are global figures. These are not. It gets worse when you look at national figures, which are very hard to get to. You have to read business journalists or random websites to get at the national figures, because these companies only release regional figures or global figures and not country-wise figures, obviously. So why I say this is because the top 4 companies account for 44% of the global ag machinery market, and John Deere alone holds 17.5%. But if you just look at US, John Deere holds a majority of the, 60 to 70% of the market there, and Mahindra in India controls about 40% of India's farm equipment market. Now, this is a slightly misleading sector, because if you look at, and that's why we don't give percentages in fertilizer sectors, because if you look at this broadly without looking at specific macronutrients like N, P or K, you will think that it's not that badly concentrated, but when viewed as individual macronutrient production, the level of concentration is really high. So for example, just 4 countries, Canada, Russia, Belarus, China, produce about 80% of the world's traded potash. Morocco, which via its state-owned company OCP is the world's largest phosphate exporter, controlling 72% of the global phosphate reserves, which also includes phosphate rock, which it mines from the Western Sahara, which it illegally occupies. Now, commercial poultry genetics, only 3 companies, EW Group, Hendricks, Tyson, they control majority of the poultry genetics, which basically means breeding material like live animals, semen, embryos, and reproductive technologies for industrial production, making it the most concentrated sector in the industrial food chain. Now, these companies are practically controlling where the industrial food system is going, how it feeds people, impacts our planet and our health. Now, what are the mechanisms by which these companies are getting bigger? First is by implementing mega mergers, as we saw in the case of Dow and DuPont, which turned into the seeds and agrochemical giant Corteva, which today owns 17% of the commercial seed market. Something we, and just in the span of 1 year, I mean this report came in September 2022, and just in the span of 1 year, it's September 2023 now, we have witnessed a very worrying development in the commodity trading sector, where Bunhe and Viterra are already merging, and which is poised to be a competitor to Cargill, which is the United States' largest privately owned company and the largest commodity trader. Syngenta was formed between Sinochem, Chem China, and Syngenta Group in Switzerland, and it owns about 25% of the agrochemical market share today. Other ways of furthering concentration are by forming joint ventures, partnerships that strengthen the already dominant positions of large market actors. For example, John Deere, which as I showed, the biggest farm machinery company, has formed alliances with all 6 of the biggest seed agrochemical companies, as well as with other machinery companies, to expand its precision farming platform, which is what we call digital agriculture, but industry calls it precision farming. Companies also form implicit or explicit.
We have 3 minutes.
Really already? Okay. I will jump.
You can earn 1 more minute, but that's all.
Okay, I'll just talk about this trend that we looked at, which is people have mentioned BlackRock before. So this is one of the trends that we witnessed, and we were inspired by Jennifer Clapp's research in 2019, which is called horizontal shareholding, which is the largely invisible practice of owning assets in multiple corporations that are supposed to be competing with each other, but are unlikely to compete if they have common owners. So, say for example, well, I'll just give me a minute. Yeah. So BlackRock, State Street, Vanguard, they own shares in companies that are supposed to be competing, but they are actually promoting anti-competitive practices that fly below the radar of antitrust regulators. So for example, in the global grocery sector, which I've skipped, market concentration appears relatively low, but it's an illusion because the influence of these big shareholders is invisible. So BlackRock, Vanguard and State Street, the big 3 index fund families, are among the top 4 institutional holders, shareholders for Walmart, Kroger, Costco, Amazon. They're also among the top 3 shareholders of Ahold Delhaize. All of these are big grocery companies across the world. So, but you will think when you look at their market share that these are it's not that bad. But when you look at who's behind the scenes, it's pretty bad. Now, one of the ways in which there's increasing corporate concentration is by pushing digital technology. A lot of these companies are now selling their digital agriculture platforms, which are like proprietary software of big ag companies through which they collect and analyze all sorts of agriculture data. So one of the trends which we saw was that a lot of these agri-business players don't want to be called farms. They don't want to be called just agriculture players now. They want to be called farm services company or farm technology company. So if you can see the last quote by Syngenta Group's digital platform manager, he says, before we sold pesticides, seeds and fertilizers, now we are a farm services company. We sell service and technology. Even John Deere hires more software engineers than mechanical engineers today. So these, basically these digital platforms gather data from the farms via drones, sensors, farm machinery, information entered by farmers themselves, which tell farmers how to plant, when to plant, how much agrochemicals to put. So, and basically giving the agribusinesses a detailed view of how agriculture is happening, so that they know how to sell and when to sell their products. So for example, Bayer, which has already been mentioned, has FieldView, BASF has Zarvio, Corteva has Granular, and these companies are making partnerships with tech companies. I will not go into the details. in the interest of time. Now, digitization is also facilitating new kinds of anti-competitive practices. I mean, those who buy things on Amazon know that Amazon has its own brand on Amazon.com. So the fact that, and there was, there have been multiple investigations into it, that Amazon was ripping off the designs of its sellers and building its own brand using that data. And similar pattern has been found with food delivery platforms which are using restaurants' data to develop cloud kitchen of their own. So, and this is with the Competition Commission of India, NRAI has filed a case regarding that and many other malpractices of these digital food delivery platforms. I'll skip this. Yeah, another trend we noticed was the increasing role of actors that should have nothing to do with agriculture, but are deeply invested in agriculture, specifically like big tech, which is now getting involved in agriculture. For example, Amazon, IBM, Microsoft. Microsoft has made MOUs with not just government of India, but also with the government of Indonesia to push its platform FarmBeats, its Bill Gates pet project, specifically on smallholders farmers. Yeah, so one of the things we want to highlight is when drones and sensors collect so much data, all of our data is stored somewhere, right? So all of that mound of data which is collected on seeds, soil, weather, agricultural practices, it needs to be stored, collected and analyzed somewhere, which is also where big tech comes in a big way. So we know AWS as an e-commerce company, but its biggest business is we know Amazon as an e-commerce company, but its biggest business is the cloud services that it gives, right? So, and the cloud market is really heavily concentrated. Microsoft and Amazon probably own like 50% of the cloud market already. So, which is where all of our digital agriculture data is stored. And they sell these cloud services to these big ad companies and startups, which is where this data is processed. I will not go into, this is something we are currently working on. We'll come out with something in the next 1 month. I will not go into this, but the sheer environmental cost of digital technologies. In Taiwan, which is home to TSMC, the largest semiconductor manufacturing company in the world, which is a thing which is found in all our electronic devices. When there was a drought, water was diverted from 183,000 acres of farms to TSMC, like prioritizing industry over farms. These are some of the trends that I would like to highlight, and that's all.
Thank you.
जब तक फूड ऑफ नहीं होता है
मैं ब्लू वाला करना मैं देखेगा तो साथियों you will move to the second Bhavya, very well done. You finished it in more or less time, and so now we will go to Devesh and Devesh. Same request, try to finish it in 30 minutes.
Hello. Am I audible? Yes. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thanks to the chair. Thanks to the organizer to giving me this opportunity to speak here. And today I will speak related to the livestock holding. We all know that if you read all the documents of doubling farm income, you will find a very relevant portion about the livestock to provide employment, to raise the farmers' income, to provide them to day-to-day income, and to help them in providing the risk aversion way to with the help of livestock farming. And also the livestock is here we can find important because it's more pro-poor. If you found this with the relation of land is more unequally distributed than the livestock. Also, I'm not stating that livestock is equally distributed, but I'm saying the inequality in livestock is lesser than the land. So it's more pro-poor in that sense, and it's providing a more opportunity to the poor farmers, especially if you are talking about the small ruminants like piggery, goat, sheep, and the other animals. And even if we are talking about the large animal like cows and buffaloes, in one of my study, I have also shown that various landless farmers are dealing with the leasing of animal, especially the small and marginal farmers. In absence of any capital or any support from the government, they come up with some informal contract with the large farmers, where the large farmers are having a constraint in terms of labor or the other, and the small farmers having a constraint in terms of capital. So they come up with the one informal contract, and they deal it in terms of having the animal with the small farmers for up to the maturity period of the animal, and later on they share the animal this thing. So here in this paper, given all this importance of the animal or livestock farming here, we are talking about the trends, how the livestock sector have been developed over the year here, and how the composition of the livestock have changed since independence. And then in the second part will and that the trends we have studied here in this paper with the help of livestock census since independence, and to see the determinants of the livestock holding or to evaluate it, I have taken data from NSS sources. Fine. So and if you see the trends first here in the if you see, this is the male cow, or you can say bullock here, and the cows here are female cow, and the total cow. You can see this trends have been increasing up to the level here for the especially for with respect to the female animal, whereas the male animal have been started falling since the some period, and especially for the bullock animal from 1997 it has started falling, and the young stock is still there, some stock, and because there is a importance initially, if you see the composition shift away from cow in beginning towards the buffalo, because buffalo has certain advantage. It has more the milk yield, or it has more the, you will say, the protein and the fat content in the milk. So it has the more it is more the buffalo is the first farmer's choice in that sense, but again it has some limitation also, because in many regions, if you see the western UP, Punjab and Haryana, these are the limited for the buffalo. The other states are not that capable, or we can say is more genetically or in terms of environment, it's not beneficiary for cow. And due to that, if you see in the recent year, there is again shift from the buffalo to the cow. Fine. So the majority, if you see in percentage,
is now cows are more than the buffalo in the recent last 10 years or 15 years. Fine. But if you see the decline in the proportion, the major concern here, mostly there is a decline in the adult female bovines since 1997, and that is mainly in the after the liberalization and the other agriculture crisis. Since morning we have heard that there is some the agriculture crisis in 1997. So the food grain production have been stopped and have been is stagnated after that, and after that there is a major problem here, because agriculture and livestock is related in terms of the feed and fodder, because the feed and fodder is coming from the agriculture sector for the livestock sector. Fine. So if the agriculture sector is somewhere stagnant and is not generating more feed and fodder, so then somewhere it is having a trouble for the livestock sector. Now, if you see the relationship with the land here, you can see there is the steep rise in the landlessness in the 48 to 59 round, which is 91 to 2002 to 3, and it's again increased a slight, but still the landlessness as high as 32.2% in this period, and due to which you can see almost in both male bovine as well as female bovine there is a fall in this, and later on almost in all the categories in the recent year you will find there is a fall in the per 100 female bovines, the productive female bovines. There is a fall, and male is falling because you all know that we are not using the draught animal since the mechanization and other. But still, in some area, some hilly area, still we are using some draught animals. So some animals is still there and is there. Now, if you want to see the in terms of determinants of number of the bovine animal held by the farmers, here I am more talking about the bovine animals, because if you see the total population of the livestock, it's 60%, around 57% is the bovine animal, and mostly the income from bovine is much higher than the other livestock sector. Fine here. So if you see the determinants here, and for that I have run a Poisson regression model, because that deal with the count variable. Fine. So here we have number of bovine animal, and the other independent variables are here, the social group dummies and the land dummies, and the interaction between the social group and the land, so that we can see within the social group whether it is beneficiary for these different social groups, then land is not. And the number of members below 10, because mostly the people work here in the livestock sector is more or less illiterate or less literate. So that's why I have taken this. And the lowest female education, because female are mostly working in the livestock sector. So if they are more educated, they will not work here. So I am looking at the lowest education for this, and you can see this is somewhere this thing, and number of children, because that provides a demand for the milk and milk products in the rural area. So in conclusions, first of all I will talk about the rising landlessness and rising inequality in the land holding, which are impacting the population of the livestock sector as well. And the inequality was also reflected in livestock holding that we have already discussed. The landless households were an exceptional in the last year because of they have no other options to switch to the some because that as I have just mentioned, there are many kind of informal contracts which provide them the opportunity to at least enter in this way into this type of farming. So still they are here. And if you see the socio-economic factors, the only others and the large land holdings held more bovines as compared to the Dalit farmers or the scheduled tribe farmers or even the small land holding farmers. Land holdings did not play an important role for even SC and Muslim where we have done an interaction. We found that even after providing some land to the SC farmer or the Muslim farmer, still they are not have an increase in the number of bovine holdings even after that. Fine, maybe this is because of their social taboo or some other barriers which is not letting them into the much into this sector. So in terms of policy, if we talk about the biasness towards the developed states, we'll say if here I could not have that time to discuss the state-wise analysis, but in my analysis I have done the state-wise also. In the very few states which have a very high number of bovines and the income from those factors, and others having a very less in this term. Fine. So mostly, if you see the white revolution or the green revolution, that is mainly there in the this northern belt or this, which is again there in that. So policy focus are limited in terms of range of product. Here we all know that the procurement or the many other type of things is only available in milk, not the processed the milk products. In one of my study I have deal with the two villages, one having some processed milk products as well, like butter, ghee and other things, and they have a higher income as compared to the other village which is only providing the milk to the dudia or the intermediaries. So definitely if we'll go towards the processing this thing, that will provide a more income to this kind of farmer than this. So limited focus on the fodder availability, mostly that is also major concern because the increase in the population is also increase in the demand of the fodder and other things. Fine. Weaken IRDP. IRDP was the scheme which was providing the productive assets, and in terms of productive assets, mostly farmers have bought the cows, buffaloes, and this kind of thing at that time. But after that, there is no asset scheme or very less schemes are there in that term. So, so in terms of suggestions, I have greater focus on the lesser developed states. Support to the small, marginal and landless farmers, better mechanism to address the availability of fodder, maybe some procurement and provide to this fodder to some states where we have very less this thing. The assistance to socially deprived community, or this assistance even in my study I have suggested where this I am talking about the informal contract. I have also suggested that some kind of loan, because they have brought that animal in very small age, which is cost around 5,000. If government can provide at least a 5,000 rupees a loan, that will provide them plenty of income or the change of the status, rather than leasing blessing person and maybe they are owner of that animal. So that is the end of my presentation here, and thank you.
Thank you, Dinesh. Well done and in time, and I think a number of important points which we discussed here. Varun? Dr. Varun Shah? please you should ensure that all the PowerPoints are loaded in advance in the they're loaded but not accessible.
It has its own mind.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the organization for giving me this opportunity to talk in this workshop. So this might be a bit disappointing in the sense that it doesn't directly appeal to the issue of agribusiness as such, but if we look at the larger scheme of things, that it has implications regarding agricultural households or rural households in India. Okay? So the issue is the increasing in share of manufacturing sector in rural India in the recent times. So we all know that around 2/3 of rural income in India is generated through non-farm activities. And Chand et al. In one of his recent working paper in Niti Aayog cites the issue of increasing the value added in manufacturing sector, which has increased more than 50% in rural India. And Dhani also notes about the decline in the share of manufacturing sector in urban areas. So it's a bit contrary to the usual theory of structural transformation, where industrialization and urbanization should go hand in hand. Okay? Then, with respect to India, what are the reasons that this explains this counterintuitive observation? Okay? So the usual Lewisian theory of structural shift from the primary rural sector to the urban manufacturing sector is not observed in India. It's there, but at the same time there is rural to rural shift from the primary sector to the manufacturing sector. So this striking picture of the rise in rural sector in manufacturing sector presents very stark results with regard to the framework of the structural transformation process. And the rising significance of rural manufacturing sector in India highlights the critical role that is being played by the manufacturing sector in driving the Indian economy. Even in the manufacturing sector, that we want to say, and basically we are referring to the organized manufacturing sector, because we will be dealing with ASI data here, not the NSS unorganized sector data. So it's important to quantify how much is the rural shift in terms of value share or in terms of factories being coming up in the rural areas. The second is the type of manufacturing activity that is shifting from the urban areas to the rural areas at the NIC 2-digit and 3-digit level, and what are the factors which is determining this as this shift in manufacturing from the urban areas to the rural areas. And we'll show that at first the logic says that it should be labor intensive manufacturing which should be shifting to the rural areas, but the data shows that it's actually capital intensive industries or manufacturing sectors which are shifting to the rural areas. Okay? And what's the shift at the subnational level? Which are the states which are gaining through this shift? Is it the usual trend in the southern and the western states gaining from this shift in the manufacturing sector from the urban areas to the rural areas? What is the picture at the district level? And we will talk about it if I get some time, because there is issue with ASI district level codes. And since we are dealing with only ASI data, what does the unorganized sector, is the picture the same in the sense of informal sector also showing increasing manufacturing activities in the rural areas. So before we provide our own explanations, previous explanations are in order. The first paper is by Dhani et al. 2012, which looks into the timeline of 1989 to 2005 period, where he says that the increase in the share of rural manufacturing is due to better infrastructure and better human capital in the districts. So the districts which had better rural infrastructure gained in these terms means the shift of manufacturing from the urban areas to the rural areas happened in those districts which had better human capital as well as better infrastructure. This is followed up by another interesting paper by Ghani et al. In 2014, where they show that the rise in the rural manufacturing increased after the Golden Quadrilateral work, the National Highway Network started, which led to a spurt in new manufacturing units coming along the highway network. I think they used night lights data for their analysis. Other plausible explanations could be simply definitional issue. Right? The census changing the definitions of rural and urban areas, it could be leading to the increase in the share of rural manufacturing. Another reason could be that there is rising awareness and implementation of environmental regulations and pollution regulations in the urban areas, pushing the manufacturing sector in the urban areas to the peri-urban or to the fringes of the urban areas, which are being caught up as rural activity. Or it could be easy availability of land and lower land prices in the rural areas, or it could be due to just supply of excess surplus labor in the rural areas. Some of the important policies that the government took in terms of dispersion of manufacturing activities in the rural areas. So we all know it started with the 1948 Indian industrial policy, but there was no such explicit attempt in pushing manufacturing sector to the rural areas. By 1968, there are two working groups which looks into encouraging industrialization in the backward areas. The most recent has been the industrial policy statement of the 1991, and there is an interesting paper by Hassan et al. In Journal of Development Economics 2021, which looks into the backward areas development program, which gave tax holidays for around 5 years or 10 years to 123 backward districts, which were ranked as per the Planning Commission Backward District Index. Okay. Then they found that because of this program, there was a shift in manufacturing sector in those backward districts which were included in this program. So to locate our paper, we can locate our paper in the sense that India's industrial policy started with the state control over certain industries, which is the initial starting of the planning period. And there has been considerable policy change after 1970s for dispersal of manufacturing sector to the backward districts. Our study investigates one specific aspect, which is the rural shift of formal manufacturing sector. In terms of new economic geography, there is like Fujita et al., which talks about special aspects of economic development at the level of national regions and cities. Our study contributes towards the special concentration and industrial specialization literature. In terms of India's rural economy, which might appeal to this audience, is rural industrialization and non-farm sector. Binswager, McKinsey, and Chand et al. Suggest that manufacturing shift towards rural areas can have important implications towards the non-farm sector in the rural sector. As the government has been trying to shift employment to non-farm sector, our paper tries to investigate if organized manufacture, I say organized manufacture because I'm using only ASI data, I'm not talking about the informal sector here, could be a possible route of shifting labor from agriculture to the manufacturing sector. Okay? And what type of manufacturing sector?
4 minutes.
All right, I'm just brush it through. So, if we see the gross value added in the manufacturing sector using ASI data, then it has been steadily rising and it has crossed around 50%. So the gross value of gross value added in the manufacturing sector has been coming significantly from the rural areas, not the urban areas. If we see this curve, then we can negate the theory of Ghani et al., which says that the increase in rural shift in manufacturing activity started from 1999, because the golden quadrilateral started in 1999, but the initial increase was happening prior to that as well. Various types of capital has been rising in the rural areas. Fixed capital is moving disproportionately to the rural areas. Outstanding loan as a percent of fixed capital has been falling. What explains these counterintuitive observations? It could be the use of equity capital in the rural manufacturing, which has been pointed out by Mazumdar and Sarkar. In terms of profitability, the profits are higher in the rural areas in terms of manufacturing sector. So this is at the aggregate level. If I look at the household unit level data of ASI, there is a caveat here. We are not using multipliers because multipliers is fraught with definition problems for the few years of 1980s, because we are using data from the 1980s onwards. Manufacturing moving away from the metropolitan regions, so ASI stopped giving data after 1997 regarding shift of manufacturing from demarcating areas as metropolitan urban areas or not. So we see that the shift has been happening from 1980s onwards. New factories are coming up. If we use the ASI 2018 data, then from the year of initial production, we find that new factories have started coming up since 1974, and it's shifting in the rural areas. Basically, it's coming up in the rural areas. The employment trend share also follows the same line. It has been rising in the rural areas. Rural manufacturing wages are catching up with the urban wages. Rural wage rate has increased over the years. So one caveat here is that I'm just talking about the organized manufacturing, not the entire manufacturing sector. Rural manufacturing has getting higher share of fixed assets. This is there. Share of inputs used in the rural manufacturing sector is also rising. And another interesting thing is that also the use of imported inputs in rural manufacturing has also been increasing over the years. So the higher growth in the share of output across different states, we can demarcate which are the states which have seen higher changes in higher shift in manufacturing sector in the rural areas. These are Odisha, Punjab, Gujarat, and Maharashtra. In terms of activities which type of manufacturing activities are taking place in the rural areas, the highest change has been in the basic metals and fabricated items and machineries and equipment. And basic metals share is the highest in terms of and I see 2-digit level from the ASI 2018. So the upshot is that the manufacturing sector in India is moving increasingly towards the rural areas. This is true for whatever measure we choose to take, and it did move away from the metropolitan areas. This is true. This trend might have started since the 1970s. If I take the year of initial production, labor cost and electricity costs do not seem to be an issue, because we have seen there it's almost equal for urban areas as well as rural areas. It appears that this is happening for most industry groups, but more so for capital-intensive industries. And as I have shown, that most of the capital might be moving in terms of equity capital. And the golden quadrilateral does not seem to be the only prima facie reason for the shift in rural manufacturing. So if there is a macro evidence of rural shift in manufacturing, it is important to look at the subnational level, at the district level as well, where this rise is in manufacturing employment has concentrated. Maybe to find an answer, we should focus on financial infrastructure, how has capital been provided in the rural manufacturing sector. See the question through the perspective of special allocation or geographical concentration. and also look, if possible, we have to look at the informal sector from the enterprise side of the MSS. Thank you.
Thank you, Varun. You also managed to finish it in time, and we will open now the session to discussion. Okay.
Okay, three very interesting papers that we have been through, and I would present some of my observations and maybe a few leading questions which can help the discussion for the House. First presentation was very interesting in the sense that it showed how limited corporates are dealing with most of our inputs, and if that is the case, then if there are irregularities or some unintentional, intentional hazard that we are at the risk for maybe food security as a nation, as a household, because we have seen many of the inputs are held with very few number of corporates, and what are the way outs that we should think about in this direction. The presentation on livestock was again very interesting, as it showed how livestock has played its role at different decades of Indian agricultural path of Indian agriculture. It is interesting to see that still how social and social categories do matter if people will be owning livestock or not, which is again an interesting result coming out of from the paper. And coming back to an important observation that I have is that we have seen an increase in non-farm activity in rural areas, and there are other farm activities which are now linked up with the income to increase the income generation in the rural areas. So if there is enough of, is there any enough of income generation so that the population which is living in rural areas, are they really benefiting in terms of generating higher income and higher consumption, be it milk producer organizations or milk cooperatives, very old milk cooperatives. So coming back to the question of the labor or the population which is actually living in this rural area, are they really improving their conditions in terms of their nutrition, in terms of their micronutrient consumption, in terms of consumption of protein, since I am coming from nutrition background, so these are something which always interests me. So do these income, do these efforts that we are taking towards, perhaps towards income generation, are really there helpful in benefiting the well-being of rural areas? Yeah, I will close it here and let's discuss it further.
Firstly, the session is open to everybody now. We can take three questions maximum. Yeah. I've identified Arvind and then my friend from there. So we start with Supa. Question, comment or question?
Yeah, sure. Very pointed. Dr. Girwal, about the dairy sector. I think one of the very concerning issues is the rise and promotion of commercial dairy farms. It's happening in many states. Government is promoting it as a policy. What are the implications of that? How big is that? How is it impacting the other dairy producers and the overall structure of the sector changing? I didn't see that in your analysis. If there's data available, what is the kind of trend in that?
Yeah, no, wait till all the three questions are asked. Please. We'll come to that side later.
Okay, so my question is also for Devesh, because you talked about less inequality. What I see
rising prices of fodder for a couple of years now. You see evidences that fodder prices, even the residual of crops are rising very fast. So in fact, those farmers, those who have access to land might be managing some fodder in their cultivation, but those who are not having access to land, in my opinion, it might be leading to more difficulty for them to own and rear animal, livestock. So do you find any rising inequality, even though it starts with a lesser inequality, but do you find any rising inequality over the last couple of years or maybe a decade or so?
So is it a, I'll just end it in a way that, is it a, it is a strategy to keep the, is it, can we see this as a manufacturing distress and way to keep it going?
Right.
Hi, I'm Nishat. I'm a PhD scholar at CST. So my question is to Professor Varun. So in your analysis, have you also tried to answer, or did you find that several kinds of tax incentives to capital may also influence the decision for setting up manufacturing sector in rural areas? So there might be, at the subnational level, there might be comparative advantages to shifting manufacturing units in the rural areas. So I just wanted to know if there's any such mechanism of.
Okay, thank you for giving me this again. First, to respond to the Professor Supal, sir, you are talking about commercial data. Although I could not able to visit much commercial dairy for my study, most of the my work is for farmers who are keeping the animals with them, they are giving their milk to the Dudia. The Dudia are the commercial dairy farmers. Dairy farmers. The intermediate and they are other than their own they are also collecting milk from the neighboring villages. Fine, so that they can able to sell more milk to the final market. Fine, so that was the one thing I have seen there. And also to the commercial dairy farming, uh, because they are keeping the animal in a very large scale. So in terms of economy of scale, they have a very less cost as compared to the farmers, small farmers, and the larger Arvinder mentioned that most of their quota they have to purchase from the market rather than they could not purchase. Even the commercial farming, commercial area purchase, but output the conversion of the milk. So that in that term, the lesser input costs have been converted into the output in a more terms in the dairy farming. Lots of literature have shown this. I never visited this, and I have never straightforwardly did it, so I could not able to directly say this. But yeah, according.
Don't answer further. Sorry, I have
Okay.
to stop you. Good question. I think indicated to join.
You speak. Regarding the first question, whether golden quadrilateral has led to this shift, this is, by the way, a clarification, not my hypothesis. This is Izaz Ghani's hypothesis. Our paper doesn't answer the question whether there has been agrarian distress because of a shift of land for the golden quadrilateral. There has been increase in the land share in rural areas for manufacturing sector, that's true, but whether it's shifting of only agricultural land or barren land, we don't know, because ASI data doesn't answer that question. Regarding the second question on tax incentive, I will refer you to a very interesting paper which I mentioned, Hassan et al., Rana Hassan's et al. Paper 2021 in Journal of Development Economics, where he talks about tax holiday which was given to 123 backward districts, and they saw that it has led to spurt in manufacturing sector in those districts which were treated for this, which were in the treatment group for this scheme. But the interesting thing is that it's only light manufacturing shifting from the neighborhood districts. It's not like new manufacturing units have come up, because to take incentive out of this tax holiday scheme, the neighboring manufacturing sector units from the other districts which were not involved in this particular tax holiday scheme, they shifted to these treated districts. But in the long run, when this tax holiday scheme was taken up, the effect was not seen in the long run. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. So was the most efficient chemical. It was because of a lot of regulatory push for glyphosate, and because of the the way Monsanto, yeah. So I mean, it was paired with a seed which was compatible with glyphosate, and it was pushed because it was getting increasing returns for the corporation, and not because it was, there were other options for herbicides. But what I'm trying to say is that these increasing corporate concentration has an impact on the R&D agenda of these corporates, because they will only promote products with high commercial payoffs. Yeah.
We have just been told that there will be tea, so which is a good news, but it will be only for 10 minutes. That's great news. And after that, we are joining back to listen to Paris. Okay, friends? Yeah, you are thanking everybody. Please thank.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, everyone, for coming. We hope you to join soon for the next lecture by Paris Euros. In 10 minutes, be quick as possible, as it's a special lecture which has to be conducted online. Thank you.
Hello, hello, hello.
Hi, Paris. Paris, can you hear us? Hello? Ayush?
Paris is muted.
No, no. Paris is muted. Paris, can you hear us? Hello? रुक जाइए मैं यहीं से करते हैं आयुष एक मैसेज ड्रॉप करना हेलो हेलो
Hello.
Hello? Paris?
Now you are reaching him.
Can you hear us?
Yeah, now we can see his video. Hello.
Hello, hello.
Hello. It has an echo.
Hello, hello. Are we audible? Paris. Acha, Paris. He's connecting his. Are we audible, Paris now? Hello, hello, hello. Ah. Hello. So then we are using laptop audio only. You can hear us?
Well, I can hear you, but there's an echo.
That is it. We, we are right now having tea break for 10 minutes.
Okay.
Paris, can you hear us? Hello, Paris.
यहाँ आयुष का वो करना है ना
Yes.
आयुष वाले में कोई
Can you hear us?
Hello, can you hear us? Paris. Are we audible now? Hello.
Ask him to speak something.
Here's some हाँ I think अब जाएगा ये Paris, can you hear us
Yes.
now?
Yes.
Now it's done. Thank you.
Yes, thank
So
you.
people are just having their tea and coming.
Okay, okay.
Just 5 minutes, huh?
No worries. Okay.
5 minutes.
Manish is going to get them back in 5 minutes.
No, we will push them in.
No problem. No problem.
Hello, check. Hello, check. Hello, check. Hello, check. Hello, check.
Yes, yes. Yes.
Paris, how long will you speak? Yeah. Hello, Paris. I think he's also taken off. He's also having his tea. Hi, Paris. Hello, comrade. Yeah, he doesn't seem to be behind there. Let him come back on maybe. Maybe I should release on this call. Just wait. Yeah. Paris.
Yes.
Yeah. How long will you speak? Around 35, 40 minutes?
Yeah, I think so.
And then we'll take
Yeah.
the questions?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. The theme for the special lecture is Agrarian Transitions in Peripheral Social Formations, a Comparative Perspective. The lecture would be presented by Paris Yeros. He is Professor of World Political Economy at Federal University of ABC, Brazil. The lecture would be moderated by Archana Prasad. She is Professor at the Center for Informal Sector and Labor Studies, Jawaharlal Nehru University.
Thank you. I'm very happy to welcome my friend and comrade, Professor Paris Yeros, who's actually one of the leading scholars on the agrarian questions in the global south. And I think Paris is going to speak on agrarian transition in the peripheries, peripheral social formations, which has been his area of specialization. So and after he speaks, he would be willing to take a few questions also. So without delaying the matter much, I invite Professor Paris Yeros to deliver his special lecture. Welcome, Paris.
Thank you. Thank you. Can you hear me? Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm very honored to be here with you today in this event. It's always a pleasure to participate in the activities at JNU over so many years. It's been a source of inspiration and certainly a source of collaboration for our work on a tricontinental level. I would like to thank the organizers and also of JNU and also of GPN for inviting me. The work that I will present is from a paper that has been written, co-authored with Professor Archana Prasad, and will be published early next year in a book, a tricontinental book that we have put together over several years now on gender and agrarian transitions. So I will present some of the data that we put together in a comparative manner across the three regions. Some of the I will show this on the screen here, but just to provide some background, the the data itself is the ILO data, yeah, from it's World Outlook, Socio-Economic Outlook, and it has its own particularities, the manner in which this data is collected. We have used this data. It may not be the perfect type, the perfect categories that one might wish to see, but nonetheless, they're useful in pointing towards the main trends. Some of the trends we knew, yeah. Of course, we have been in this studying this for so long. The trends of massive labor reserve formation in the three continents, that has been one of the main results of these agrarian transitions. But comparatively, the data has also shown some interesting and perhaps unexpected results. So I will try to share here. Let me just see if I can. Uh, uh, yeah. Sorry. It- can you see? Yes. Okay. So and you can see and you can hear me, right? Let me just see here. Um, Let me see what happened here because I've actually lost the text. Sorry. You can't see anything, right? Let me just. There is a strange. It's not working. Just a second. Sorry.
Professor Yaros, maybe you could try
Yes.
sharing the presentation screen if you're not able to share the entire computer screen.
Yeah. Let me just. Just a second. Can you see it now?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, yes.
Now it's very good.
Okay. Okay. So If anything happens, please let me know. You can see it, yeah? Okay, so the some of the just as a background uh, a background on the long-term historical uh, forces that have produced these results today. We're talking about a long period, especially the neoliberal period is already 40 years old if we start counting from the 80s. So it's really a more than a sufficient period to uh, judge its results, and really it has caused a very drastic change across the South in the types of social formations that we have. So the post-war expansion of northern monopolies against southern agricultures is an overall process since the 50s, 60s. Trade liberalization under neoliberalism brought about a new integration in the changing international division of labor, including deindustrialization in most of the peripheries, with the exception, of course, of China. At the same time, we've seen a reduction of expenditures in agriculture and social services, generally cost cutting, austerity measures across the board, deepening the crisis of social reproduction in the
Paris, your
countryside.
slides are not moving.
No, because I'm still on the first one. Can you see it? Can you see it?
It is on the, it shows here third.
It's only what?
No, no, carry on, carry on. I think
Okay.
it will create more confusion.
Okay. There is uh, the question of how monopoly capitalism has evolved. There has been what Samir Amin had called a generalization of monopolies and financialization of monopolies. And this has been especially felt, as in other sectors, of course, in global agricultural value systems, which I believe is the main topic of this workshop. Um, and it has entailed absorption of national capital, domestic capital into all these new value systems, absorption in various manners. There has been new tendencies for land alienation, uh, the so-called land grabbing, of taking land from small producers and the commons. Um, this is um, this is evident, in my view, in the major shifts in the labor structure of these countries, which is here to stay for unless major changes happen. So the tendencies are very disturbing and very profound in the manner in which the world of work has evolved over the last 30, 40 years. Okay, so the data that I will bring is focused mainly on this. The there's When we speak of agrarian transition, of course, all these changes which I've mentioned, the generalization of the monopolies, this is all this is the main motive force behind this movement. Uh, and but the dimensions of it can be disaggregated in this agrarian transition, and each dimension looked at its own in its own right. But this one, the one, as I said, the one I think we can learn from in terms of taking stock of the last 30 years or so is the change in the labor structure. Yeah? So the labor force has been repositioned in the changing relations between the sectors, that is, industry, agriculture, services, and those outside the workforce. The relative size of the working population engaged mainly in agriculture has continued to decline in relative terms. Yeah. although not necessarily in absolute terms, as we will see, without significant absorption in industry, yeah, with the exception really of China. Labor has been channeled steadily towards services and more so, even more so outside the workforce. Yeah. So this is what some of the data it tells us. Can you see the new slide?
The slide hasn't moved.
So why isn't it moving?
It's still number
Ah,
3.
these tables you can't see, these graphs?
No, no.
Ah, so should I send you? How should we do?
Just send it to Manish.
Mhm. Send it to Manish?
Yeah, send it to Manish so that he can just share the screen from here now.
Okay.
I will forward immediately.
Okay, sent.
Okay.
I'm yet to receive. So once
Yeah, it's coming from different.
we have some reserve time, don't worry.
I'm not worried. You should be worried about his wiper.
No, it's okay. Just
तुम्हारा वो
मैं किसी हेमंत का दिया। हाँ आ गया इसमें आ गया।
It arrived?
I will be here. Yeah, it's here, it's here. Just 1 minute.
Just let him share it.
Yes.
He's just sharing it.
You know?
Okay.
इंटर स्क्रीन कर इंटर स्क्रीन कर नहीं विंडो विंडो पे किया यहाँ से हाँ इट्स हियर हाँ
Okay. So can you go please to the you can show the next slide.
ये कैसे होगा फ्रीज है फर्स्ट प्ले
Go to the fourth slide.
it's not going huh
Yes, okay. All right. So uh, yes. Okay. So the as I was saying, so there's some general trends which were expected, and some other ones in the comparative exercise between the regions perhaps were not so expected. But We will go through them as succinctly as possible. So in this slide, what we see is that there were nearly 1 billion people working mainly in agriculture in the 90s, of which a bit more than one third, 374 million, were women. Now, 30 years later, this workforce of 1 billion has declined to 872 overall. And this decline has been also seen for women, which has gone down to 329 million. Industrial labor, yeah, this is the two moments of 92 and 2021. Yeah, the uh, industrial labor has increased overall, yeah, but it remains still below agriculture in absolute numbers. But only 37 million women have joined industrial labor overall in the course of expansion. Yeah. A much greater change has occurred in services, where labor has doubled in size overall. But the largest movement by far has been outside the workforce. Yeah. From 1.3 billion to 2.4 billion overall. This has hit women the hardest, rising from 900 million to 1.6 billion. Over half of the world's working age women, over half of the world's working age women, around 55%, are outside the workforce, compared to 30% for working age men. So this is one of the key results of this long agrarian transition. Yeah, the labor reserves today, apart from the tragedy uh, which marks their expansion, yeah, are also clearly convulsed by the mobilization of these gender cleavages throughout the circuit of production and social reproduction. Uh, Next slide, please. So this one is again two snapshots of 92 and 2021, where all the regions are compared in terms of the labor force applied in agriculture, industry, services, and that outside the workforce. So what we see is that uh, in Africa, for example, the relative weight of labor engaged directly in agriculture has declined from 39% to 29%, but in absolute numbers, it has grown. Yeah, so this is a tendency because we speak a lot about, or we hear a lot about depeasantization and this and that, the emptying out of the countryside. It's actually in most of these regions, the agricultural population will continue to grow throughout this century in absolute numbers, even if in relative terms it will decline. Yeah, so we're not looking at a situation where the agricultural population in most of these regions will disappear. Yeah, or it will reach the levels that we see in Europe or North America. That's not what the data and the tendencies are showing. So, in the case of Africa, just to stay on this first experience, labor and industry has more than doubled in absolute numbers, but in relative terms has remained steady at around 7-8%. Yeah, so these changes in agriculture, this sharp decline, has not been channeled significantly into industrial labor. So the major changes are found in services, where labor has increased from 17 to 23%, marking a threefold expansion in absolute numbers. And of course, a shift outside the workforce, which has more than doubled. So that is, I will show just later the case of how the labor structure has changed in Africa. In Western Central Asia, the weight of labor has also declined in absolute numbers and in relative terms, from 24 to 11%, while industrial labor has decreased but remained unchanged at 13%. Again, we don't see, in relative terms, industrial absorption alongside the decline in agricultural labor. Labor and services has doubled, and also the working age population outside the labor force has also doubled to reach 46%. Yeah, so Western and Central Asia again has been hit the same way. South and Southeast Asia, very similar numbers or in relative terms to Africa. The absolute size of labor engaged in agriculture increased. Yeah, um, the absolute numbers have increased, even though in relative terms, it has declined substantially from 33 to 19%. So again, we see, the rural labor force growing in absolute numbers, while it takes a hit in terms of relative population. Industrial labor nearly tripled in absolute numbers, but in relative terms, much lesser of a leap from 9 to 13%. And again, the service sector employment has doubled uh, in absolute numbers, and the people outside workforce has also doubled, rising to 48%. Yeah, China's trajectory is really the case that stands out in the manner in which these intersectoral relations have evolved, although it has not been spared of the adversities of agrarian transition with respect to the formation of labor reserves. So labor engaged directly in agriculture in China declined very sharply over these 30 years. Yeah, we're talking about a 30-year period. So these movements, these massive movements, really are something that have marked in a dramatic way. Yeah, this recent period. Yeah, the labor engaged directly in agriculture has declined from 380 million to 184 million working age people, uh, which in relative terms is a decline from 46% to 16% of the population. Yeah, so it's a massive drop in China in 30 years. Industrial labor has increased from 141 million to 212, and that corresponds to today to 19% of the working age population, which uh, is not the may not seem as that large, but it is ahead of all other regions, still leading in this sense of all other regions. Service sector jobs tripled, yeah, and also the working age population outside the workforce doubled, yeah, and in relative terms, it went from 21 to 33%. So that's the Chinese case. We'll just come back to it in a few seconds. The case of Latin America is also of interest. It's yet a different agrarian transition in this 30-year period. The working age population engaged in agriculture actually grew in absolute terms slightly, uh, uh, but continued to decline in relative terms. It's down to 9%. Yeah. So there has been a huge, over the last 70 years, in fact, post-war, has been a major expulsion of rural populations from the countryside. The other element in relation to Latin America, nonetheless, is that industrial labor in these last 30 years increased very little in absolute numbers and actually declined in relative terms from 14 to 12%, this being the only region that suffered a real decline in industrial labor. Yeah, this is Latin America and the Caribbean. The service sector absorbed most of the shift, doubling in size, followed by a large shift outside the workforce, which rose to 40% of the population. So these are some of these intersectoral shifts in a very short period of time. Yeah, 30 years. We're talking about major transformations in the structure of the populations of the peripheries. Everyone has its own particularities, but we are talking about a major major transformation. Next slide, please. If we want to get an idea, I will just go through the structure of each of these regions very quickly. I don't want to bore you with the data. But what we see here is that in case of Africa, as well as South Asia, which we'll see, South in Southeast Asia, the wage relation, the salaried wage and salaried employment, um, pertains to a small minority of working people. In the case of Africa, 16%. Yeah, in 2021. Yeah, 16%, and for women, it's 9%. Yeah, so we're not talking. We're talking about populations which are not exactly proletarianized. Now, even though there has been an expulsion from the countryside or massive shifts, it doesn't mean that there has been a type of proletarianization by which working people sustain themselves from the wage. Yeah, they do not. Proletarianization has more than doubled in absolute numbers in Africa, but only slightly in relative terms. The largest contingents of working people, generally and for women specifically, are in own account labor. We can see this here at 28% overall and 24% respectively for women. And outside the workforce, where 47% of the working age population for women, 48% of working age women were situated in 2021. So we see almost half of women, yeah, are outside the workforce. What is interesting is that in this shift, the category that most receded has been contributing family labor, yeah, which declined overall and for women specifically. So that's one interesting element which does not repeat itself exactly in this manner in the other regions. In Western, next slide, please. No, that's Africa. Next slide. Yes. The Western Central Asia proletarianization advanced from 29 to 34% overall. It's much higher, so it's twice as high in relative terms compared to Africa. However, the rate of expansion overall was similar to that of those placed outside the workforce. So there has been a massive shift, yeah, outside the workforce. Again, yeah, the categories the most receded overall and for women of those of own account labor and contributing family labor, the two together. Yeah, so that is a different, a slightly different experience. Yeah, a starker. So what we see here is a workforce that is proletarianized. Overall, it's 34%, and it's squeezing the rest of the categories between the other major block of the population, which is at 46%, which is the population, working age population outside the workforce. So we have a very much a stark, a clearer polarization, yeah, than we see in other regions. South and Southeast Asia. Next slide, please. Similar to Africa, proletarianization advanced from 14 to 8% overall, although it has been almost half or much lower for women. It's down to up to 11% from 7% for women, marking a very low level of proletarianization. Yeah, it is also notable that, as in Western and Central Asia, the categories that most receded in South and Southeast Asia, overall and for women, are those of own account labor and contributing family labor. In the case of women, as we see here, displacement outside the workforce is by far the main and most dramatic reality. It's up to 69% according to these data. Yeah. Next slide, please. For China, this is the China one, yeah? China, okay. So this is the interesting case of where the proletariat proper is the largest segment of the workforce overall at 36%, rising steeply from 23% in this 30-year period. The trajectory of women in this proletarianization has followed closely the overall trend, although the working age female population outside the workforce has remained the largest category, yeah, at 39% in 2021. It is also notable that similar to other regions of Asia, the categories that most receded in China overall and for women are those of own account labor and contributing family labor. So we see a kind of squeeze again between proletarian labor and those outside the workforce, similar to what we saw in even more stark terms in Western and Central Asia. Yeah, but if the trends continue in this sense, yeah, if this continues, the squeeze of the middle categories will continue. Um, so the grain transition in China in 30 years has witnessed a massive exit from agriculture, as well as a more balanced absorption in industry and services, although has not spared the growth of working age people outside the workforce. The final one on Latin America and Caribbean, please, the final slide. Yes. So this one is also interesting for its own reasons. The combined region of Latin America and Caribbean is at a similar level of proletarianization as that of Western and Central Asia, for example, but behind China. And in this case, proletarianization actually receded overall from 34 to 33%, while at the same time advancing in the case of women from 23 to 27%. So these are shifts between the demographics of the wage and salaried workforce. This was accompanied by decline of women outside the workforce from 58 to 52%. So there has been women have been moving into other categories. While overall this category has increased only slightly, yeah, from 39 to 40%, which suggests that a larger number of male working age people moved outside the workforce. There has been also a type of shift in and out of women shifting out of the outside the workforce category and men moving into it. The tendency, nonetheless, that is starkest in this transition, which appears as if the whole region is in a state of inertia overall, is nonetheless the shift of women into wage labor from all other categories, except for the unemployed category, which also grew at a high rate. So we have these types of shifts. Overall, the region has been very stagnant or in declining in industrial labor. Yeah. While we have seen all these other dynamics between the feminization of labor and the growth and the transformation and the shifts in the category outside the workforce. So what this all tells us is that, and I'm just trying to resume now, so we can have a discussion on the questions you might have. What we have is a rapid, dramatic, yeah, and multiple shifts occurring in the course of agrarian transition. Probably there has never been in history something comparable to these last 30 years. Certainly, in the way agriculture has declined, labor in agriculture has declined very sharply. Yeah, with major population movements between the sectors. Perhaps I'm wrong, but we don't have such good data in other regions, of course, in other historical periods, of course. It's just a hypothesis that what we've seen in the last 30 years is incomparable, is unparalleled. Yeah? And of course, and this does not bode well for working people because the transition has pushed people outside the workforce or in own account types of labor, which where overall a crisis of social reproduction has been evolving. Yeah. This is where the labor reserves of the world economy are concentrated. The trajectory of China remains different, with a more balanced intersectoral industrial absorption, even though China has also accumulated very substantial reserves. Yeah? The other regional social formations have experienced rapid agrarian transition, slow proletarianization, slow industrial absorption, fast service sector growth, and very large numbers of working age people moving outside the workforce. Yeah? These tendencies are set to continue and to define the struggles of the current and next generation of working people. Yeah? The trajectory of working age women in all cases is different from that of men, with lower levels of proletarianization and generally lower levels of participation in all categories, except for outside the workforce, where the presence of women is concentrated. I do, as I said earlier, I do believe we're talking of a new type of social formation, yeah, which is part of the world economy as a whole, yeah, on the one hand, but which has taken a different direction than the centers of the world economy, where proletarian labor is a much larger reality. Yeah. Then it's exactly the almost the inverse. If it's 20%, yeah, or about 20% in Africa and Asia, it's 80% in the north. So we're talking about it's almost a mirror image, yeah, of north and south in these cases at least. Uh, uh, this I believe it's important to speak of social formation because these transformations, this structure, the social structure is not transitory. It's not something that is conjunctural. Yeah, it will structure for a very long time in these societies. Yeah? And we need to adjust our lenses and our tools to this type of social formation. It's a late capitalist social formation. Capitalism cannot sustain itself on these terms. Yeah, it's definitely the end of the road, which will last for the rest of the century. We don't know, of course, but it's really a social system that is dying and is not capable of providing any hope, especially for the working peoples of the South. So I will just stop there.
Thank you, comrade. So I think, as you had agreed, we'll take a few questions now. Are there any questions for Professor Yeros? Yeah, Manish. Manish, then.
I can't hear you.
You come here.
No, I have just a small query related to China. Although we can see some transition of the labor force in China, but unemployment rate has increased. So how to explain that?
We'll take the questions together, Paris.
Yeah, yeah.
Professor Paris, your paper basically shifted the focus
from convergence of GDP towards convergence of some kind of proletarization that is happening. So your paper shifted the focus from convergence of GDP that development economists have been looking at to some kind of convergence of proletarization that is happening across these continents that you've shown. So what do you think if we bring in the debate of, you know, how GDP how the convergence of GDP is whether it's going to happen or not, and look at the convergence of prolarization, has the question itself shifted? Like, you know, is it now? We should cut. Thank you.
Yeah.
I think this works. No? Huh? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. No, I was looking at the category of women employers, and while
Mm.
all regions witnessed, I mean, to begin with, it was very small, the figure 2% or 3%, and recently there's been a fall, but especially in the case of South Asia and Southeast Asia, it was zero. The
Yeah.
category of women employers. So if you can say something more on that category.
Hello.
Yes.
So my question is about is that the thing that with this transition we can relate that demographic transition which happened with population and workforce, how workforce will change with these times in developing countries, like demographic dividend in different countries, how these things related to this social this capitalist social formation of social transition in these countries.
No, sorry, the question is, can you just restate the question?
So my question is about how I can relate the demographic transition with this social formation of
Ah,
workforce.
yeah, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, if we don't have any more questions, I think, Comrade, you can start answering those questions now. Thank you.
Yeah. The thank you for the questions. Yeah. The case of China's unemployment, the in general, what is presented in this data as unemployment is actually very low. Yeah, and that is because it's measured in very strict terms. Yeah. Uh, uh, Regarding those who recently fell out of employment, are still looking for employment. So generally, the numbers show that these numbers are low. In the case of, and whereas the outside the workforce grows, that's a different category altogether. Um, in the case of China, it shows that basically unemployment uh, dropped a bit, just very slightly. Yeah, I think I can share these data afterwards. I'm not sure if we are looking at the same uh, uh, the graph, but the change in the case of China has not been unemployment. Yeah, there has been a change outside the workforce. Generally, it has gone from 21% of the working age population to 33%. Yeah, so that is really a massive shift. Yeah, so outside the workforce, which China is dealing with through social policy and so forth, safety nets, services. Um, um, as far as that can go, I'm not sure if these trends continue. We don't know, but if these trends continue, it will be a real social problem for China to provide for a growing contingent of people outside the workforce. As far as I think that the question is, um, let me just take the last two questions first, and then I'll come back to the one about GDP. Employers generally, and women in particular, and in particularly Asia, the category of employers is so generally is very small everywhere. The bourgeoisie is very small everywhere, even in the north. Yeah, if it, 5-6% of the population. It's not that if you look at the numbers, I haven't seen them recently, but it's generally very small. Yeah, where it appears as zero. Yeah, it's just the way of the calculation rounded off. It's not like it's not exactly zero, but it's a rounded number, which has been rounded down to zero. Yeah, so there has been a relatively a decline as far as the Asia is concerned. I mean, we're talking about we're not. These are not so precise as you might wish them to be. These numbers, but there has been has gone from a very low 1% to something below zero, below 1%. Sorry, yeah. How to explain it? Well, you would have to help me on this one. The demographic transition. Yes, you see, that's uh, I think the demographic transition needs to be analyzed in these terms. Yeah, because this economy is not providing, yeah, for the demographic transition, and it's making it worse. Yeah, that's the point. I mean, we can analyze it in Malthusian terms and this and that, but at the end of the day, yeah, we can't run away from the fact that this economy is creating a demographic transition which is tragic. Yeah, if these trends continue, we know that in South Asia the population will double um, uh, until the end of the century. In Africa, it will double until the middle of the century, and then it will double again. So if there's no change of direction, these categories, the way they appear in the graphs, it means that uh, in terms of who is outside the workforce, this will just grow and grow and grow. Yeah, it is a dead end system. It's a system that needs to be shifted, transformed, overcome, yeah, by a system that can handle and that serves this type of demographic transition and even accelerates the transition so that we don't have to wait until the end of the century. Yeah, there's ways to make the transition accelerated through various interventions, be it campaigns or uh, more fundamentally economic transformation, empowerment of women, economically, culturally. Um, there's a whole series of transformations that need to occur in order for the transition to be accelerated, so that it doesn't happen so late. The It's an important point because I can see very easily how an analysis can just go towards a Malthusian type of conclusion. Yeah, that is we see that anyway in terms of what goes on in the mainstream press and in our analysis, which appears even in academic circles. Now, the question about convergence of GDP, yes, you see, I think that is a very important issue because we are certainly in a type of transition in the power dynamics in the world economy. Yeah, there's an emergence, a new emergence of the South. There is a BRICS alliance which has taken a step uh, forward. There is this thing called multipolarity. My view is that we need to question these terms a bit more. Yeah, uh, we've used these terms like multipolarity, which is basically a GDP type of analysis. Yeah, uh, combined with some other elements, de-dollarization, creation of a new monetary and financial pole, eventually, uh, to as an alternative to the dollar Wall Street regime. Uh, but at the end of the day, uh, I come back to Samir Amin's idea of polycentrism. Yeah, we all talk about multipolarity. We've kind of become used to using the term, but in fact, Samir Amin had made a point about polycentrism. It means something else. Yeah, it means autonomous development paths in countries and/or regions in a way in which they absorb and they serve the populations um, to which they pertain. So we can have a type of multipolarity which changes nothing in terms of labor absorption. This is very if it's not like multipolarity is going to solve these in this sense in GDP in the sense of GDP, yeah, unless we have a popular development path, yeah, uh, these numbers will not shift in a substantial way.
Comrade, there are
Yeah.
few
Yeah.
YouTuber questions, so I usually read them out.
Yeah. Please.
Yes, sir. So the question is, sometimes transition has a longer period than its pure form in every mode of production. But how far we look at proletarialization as essential characteristics in the transformation?
Is there more coming?
No, sir. That's all.
Uh-huh. Okay. So how far? Yes. Well, that's another important question because which uh, I think we need to shift our mindset a bit because it's it's again possible to say that the high point of proletarianization was reached in the last century. Yeah, when the transition, when the agrarian transition was also an industrial transition. Because what we have today is an agrarian transition without, in most parts of the world, without an industrial transition. Um, the what we have is a transition into a very slow, at this point, rate of proletarianization. Yeah. Um, and a growth of non-proletarian labor. So what we have is the growth of non-proletarian people, working people, non-proletarian working people. Yeah. This is a major reality. Yeah. And it is, in terms of social system, I think we must conclude that it's at the dead end. This is the final leg of this system. But in terms of macro historical terms, yeah, this is these transitions are very long. Yeah, it's a very long transition. It's going to be much longer than our own lives. It's going to be the transition of our the next generations. It's a very long transition. So proletarianization is not under these terms is not what is prevailing today. Yeah. Um, it, in terms of, but it is necessary that some kind of a different transition takes place where proletarian labor grows and is dignified and has a dignified existence. Yeah. But also the other categories, whether it's own account, through collectives, through cooperatives, this also can be taken into a different direction, and it must be. Yeah. So in terms of proletarianization, it's stuck. It's at the dead end. Yeah. And something else needs to occur at this point for this to uh, to gain a new life that is uh, minimally dignified. Yeah.
Are you done, comrade?
Yes.
Okay, so I think we had a very insightful and a good lecture, and I should thank Paris for also testing one half of the chapter over here and getting some questions which we may need to deal with later on. Yeah. So
Yes.
with that, I think we come to the end of the special lecture. Since I don't have any special comments to make on this wonderful data presentation. And I'll hand it over to the organizers. Thank you very much,
Thank
comrade,
you.
for joining us from your busy
Thank
schedule.
you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Let's move forward to the session 4, which is institutional changes in agri markets or services. Our speakers will be Avinendra Thakur, Associate Professor, Jindal School of Government and Public Policy, OP Jindal Global University; Manish Kumar, Assistant Professor, Delhi School of Economics, Executive Director, Center for Development Economics, DSE; Avnish Kumar, Assistant Professor, School of Development, Azim Premji University, Bangalore; Gurpreet Singh, Assistant Professor, Jindal School of Government and Public Policy, OP Jindal Global University; Nivedita Sharma, Assistant Professor, Council for Social Development. This session will also be joined by Avinash Kumar, Assistant Professor, Center for Informal Sector and Labor Studies, JNU, currently a GPN South visiting researcher at the University of Witwatersrand, Johannesburg, South Africa; and Ankit, uh, pre-doctoral, uh, pre-doctoral fellow at the Department of History at Harvard University, fellow at the Royal Asiatic Society, Systemic Change Executive at Safe in India Foundation. Our discussant for this session will be Kavya, researcher, ETC Group, Action Group on Erosion, Technology and Concentration. And our moderator will be Professor Praveen Jha, who is professor at Center for Economic Studies and Planning and founder and chair of Center for Informal Sector and Labor Studies, JNU. He is also an adjunct professor at the Center for Labor Studies. Over to you, sir.
Okay, thank you. We are reaching the last part of first day, and since Avinash has another engagement, so we will start with the presentation from Avinash and Ankit. So Avinash, the floor is yours. If you start the presentation now, or is Ankit doing it? Avinash?
Hello, good morning, good afternoon, actually. Am I audible?
Yes, yes.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. It looks like homecoming. It has been more than 2 months now that I have not seen this crowd, and I'm really dying to see them as quickly as possible now. So, so I'm privileged to have the floor here. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to present some views, sir. But this paper is actually a part of the a chapter which a book of which we are editing, and it has three authors: Ankit, Pooja, and me. I am the last author. I've been given this responsibility to present today. So, as I have called it, agribusiness threat to sustainable agriculture. I'm trying to look at the case of the nitrogen trap in India, and that's where my focus would be. Ever since morning, we have been actually looking to a lot of interesting argument and chapters and discussions that we have already heard. So some portion of it has already been covered, so I will not go into that. But a part of it is what I call it. We call it as a nitrogen trap, and this is what we will be exploring. Now, the problem of the depletion of natural fertility of the soil through the loss of soil nutrients, a central concern of capitalist agriculture since the early 19th century, only seem to have been abated towards the end of the 20th century due to the development of a massive fertilizer industry and the intensive application of synthetic fertilizers on the farmland. Today, we have reached at a stage where the synthetic chemical inputs, has become one of the most important factor inflicting ecological damage. To be precise, if you look at the just the use of it, it almost contributes to 2.4% of the global emissions. And also, if you take the whole production and distribution of the global agricultural value systems, there's some estimates that that it together, led by these fertilizers and pesticides, production companies, contribute to somewhere around 20 to 25% of the total, global house emissions. Now, therefore, over a period of time now, it has been again being felt, that there's a need to look beyond this capitalistic, dependencies, and devise an ecologically sound relationship of people to the soil. And what we present today is actually a kind of a brief outline of the evolution of what is now called as the fertilizer trap, and what we are trying to focus on as the nitrogen trap, that threatens not just the sustainable and subsistence farming, but not just in India but across the world, but also the land, labor, and livelihood questions and concerns that we are. Now, focusing directly on the social nutrient cycle and its relation to the exploitative character of the capitalist agriculture, Marx, in his first volume, had yeah. Sorry, is my slide moving? No. Okay. Is it moving now? Yeah, it's moving now, right. So, yes, can you see my slides?
Yes, Avinash, go ahead.
Okay, great. So, as you see, Marx, writing in Capital Volume 1, had said that all progress in the capitalist agriculture is a progress in the art, not only of robbing the worker, but of robbing the soil. All progress in increasing the fertility of the soil for a given time is a progress towards ruining the more long-lasting sources of that fertility. Capitalist production therefore entails a lot of it, undermining the original source of all wealth, the soil and the worker. Now, this irrationality of the capitalist agriculture, he argued, was bound up with the whole antagonism of town and country out of which bourgeois society had risen. He developed this argument more systematically in Capital Volume 3, where he commented on the city of London, which is the next quote, that he observed in London, there can do nothing better with the excrement produced by the 4.5 million people than pollute the Thames with it at monstrous expense. Now, today, after 150 years almost, as we are witnessing the ever increasing dependence of the population leaving from leaving farm and coming on the non-farm work, this break in the in the cycling of nutrients appear much more complete. And what we have today, therefore, is what I'm using, Matt Goff's, book Hungry for Profit, where he has given this flowchart. With the increasing urbanization, we not only have deprived source of organic matters resulting in the worn-out soils, but we are equally threatened by the ever-increasing sewage sludge buried in the landfills, polluted water bodies, each of which have significant environmental consequences. Now, in this connection, you will see how in the early agriculture, you had the humans, the animals, and the primary producers, the plants were all integrated. How there has been a continuous sort of a shift, and it has been completely moving away. Now, however, the most important and the most dangerous break in the cycling of the nutrients that this particular paper focuses on is has been the availability of, and I emphasize, the inexpensive nitrogen fertilizers following the Second World War. As many present here would know, the production of nitrogen fertilizers uses the same process as the production of explosives, which was unemployed at the end of World War II, and hence was converted as a capacity building of advanced capitalist economies to make nitrogen fertilizers. Now, what will therefore happen? So you will find, and it is important to note here that many of these pesticides have also, many of these fertilizers also have a similar sort of a history in the rise of the pesticides, and but I'm concentrating more on the fertilizer side. You will see that from the 1960s, there has been a global use, increase in the global usage of nitrogen fertilizers. And if you look at the position of India in the 1990s, it actually comes as the second user. Now, in the first user actually is China, but the case of China is a very unique, which is China had an extremely low and amount of arable land per capita, but it had a long tradition of carefully cycling nutrients to maintain soil fertility, as was evident during the Mao's emphasis on local food sufficiency in each region, along with the encouragement of local industry. It is only recently, during this transition to capitalist relations, that its nutrient cycle and careful soil management has decreased substantially. And there is a new emphasis on building fertilizer facilities to supply the nutrient needs to the agricultural production, which leads to this rise of the use of fertilizer increasing in China at a great at a great rate. Now, if you look at some of the data that we are presenting here, in the case of India, you see there has been a constant increase in the production of the nitrogen fertilizer in India, both in terms of imports and its production. It has been rising sort of constantly. Now, what is very, very important, therefore, to look at, if you look at the consumption pattern also, you will see that that has been constantly rising, which is actually what we are trying to say. It is the consequence of the fictitious demand that is being created. And if you look at some of the states where it is being used, Punjab and Haryana, the Green Revolution Belt actually constitutes almost 1/4 of the use of the nitrogen fertilizers. Now, subsequently, you have Tamil Nadu, Andhra Pradesh. But what is important is that the more while India's use of fertilizer ranks among the highest in the world, it's the fertilizer productivity for major crops, rice, maize, and wheat, as has been shown by Prachi and Vikas in their paper for the SSCR monograph, that is among the lowest in the world. And for those who are interested, I have given the reference for that. You can go and sort of check it. Now, so what do we have? What does this lead to? This led to a complete relying on the synthetic fertilizers, and there was no need anymore for legume crops, which actually converted the atmospheric nitrogen into a form that plants can use to supply to the non-legume crops, which is wheat, corn, barley, and tomatoes and others, with sufficient fertility. And hence, what you will see that this opened up the space for the intensive use of soil for one kind of specialized crop without any worries for the fertility. And as I have shown, the global use is increasing, the Indian use is increasing, the production and the consumption of the fertilizer is increasing. Now, if you look at the distribution about who produces what, you will find a large majority of the production is with the private, and public and cooperative together produce, actually private produces more than them together. If there are two major sort of nitrogen-based fertilizers. One is urea, which has 46% nitrogen, and one is DAP, which has 18% nitrogen and 46% phosphorus. Both you will see that the private players are kind of leading into in this. In 2022, more than 3.97 million of ton was produced in India alone. So what do we have today? So with this fertilizer sort of a case, I'm trying to build up that what do we see the agribusiness, the character of agribusiness that we have in India today. As has already been pointed out by various scholars since morning, and particularly Sagari was sort of talking about, agribusiness as we see today is essentially a movement from a naturally produced system of sustainable agriculture to a demand-driven agriculture, which is essentially a manufactured demand by changing, shaping, and controlling the consumption patterns of the masses under the name of maximizing the output and increasing productivity. This essentially means, as we have said, corporatization of agriculture and commercialization and centralization of capital. The biggest example of which is the whole idea of discouraging all kinds of subsistence farming, which is actually one of the most sustainable ways of achieving food security and sovereignty. And instead, it promotes the commodification of agriculture, which has resulted in the rise of production of luxury crops for export in the global south, to the global north. Now, this of course has resulted, as many would argue, in the rise of food supplies. But I would like to point out to them that at the same time, we also have the rise in the global hunger index, primarily once again driven by the global south. Now, so for many, this may appear to be a paradox, but actually it is not a paradox, and it is an essential and inherent character of the agribusiness, what we see today. Now, it is true that the industrialization of agribusiness is happening at a later stage than the non-farm industrialization. But in the past 3 decades, we have witnessed that we have reached at a stage where concentration of supplies for inputs that farmers must produce, and Santosh today was talking about that, such as seeds, fertilizers, pesticides, machinery, and now even information, as well as the concentration of food processing, distribution, and sale is today under the control of a very small number of food conglomerates. And it has merely, following characters which are determined, which are detrimental to the sustainable agriculture. What are the characteristics? We are trying to say that the business model that you have is a continuation of the primitive accumulation, which is getting into unexplored territory of agribusiness produce, whether it is organic, hybrid, GM crops, animals, microorganisms, and all variety of things. Okay, the nature of the primitive accumulation remains bi-directional, because it is not just accumulating just by production, but also by shaping the consumption patterns. And I think the livestock story is actually telling a lot how we change our dietary habits in terms of particularly in the global south. South Africa is one good example of that, and I'm observing here in that context. But I'm not going to touch on that because Sagari must have already spoken on that. So what we have most of the supply chains are being concentrated. I'm sorry to use the word supply chain, and because I'm using as Praveen and Paris have said about the global agricultural value systems, in the agribusiness districts are located in the global south with an objective to maximize output and productivity, which is like altering into cycle use of increasing use of fertilizers based on nitrogen. There is a fictitious demands of agribusiness commodities being created, and there is the identifiable way of different agribusiness produce in the market being put in. So what is resulting into the oligopolistic cartels for appropriation, eventually owning monopolist control in the market. Now, the recent study, what Dinesh, Praveen, and Archana had done in Haryana has shown how some of the large conglomerates, such as the Bayers, are pushing under the garb of integrated solutions. They have pushed all farms towards a fertilizer and pesticide trap, which increases their production cost and has severely damaged their bargaining power. Now, so what we see today, therefore, that the global food system is addicted today to use of chemical fertilizer to such an extent that that sustainable farming is almost made impossible. For the past 50 years, fertilizers have been heavily being promoted by the global institutions, governments, and agribusiness, and the means for increasing crop yield, while ignoring all natural means of soil fertility and food production. What we have, therefore, is resulting in a manifold increase. Actually, since 1960s, it has increased by tenfold in the total production, in the total consumption of fertilizer and use of fertilizers. But let us see, because I had said in the beginning that it actually started with the inexpensive availability of fertilizer, but that did not remain for long. This tenfold increase comes with the inherent, of course, tendency of the capitalist enterprise to use their monopolistic power to capture mega profits, while farmers die under the burden of added costs, especially in the global south. In the case of India, it all began with in 1991, soon after the process of economic liberalization, where government announced a 40% increase in the price of urea, right after that. With farmers' protest, it was although rolled back partially by 10 percentage points in August 1991, but there has been a constant push towards decontrolling. All other fertilizers have already been decontrolled. Urea still remains under the government pricing control, but all attempts are being made, in the name of DBT, which is more towards pushing, and it's just a matter of time that this will also be sort of unregulated. But as I said, this is not the case. And look at the price rise in India. There is a constant price rise throughout the decade from 2010-11, and especially during the COVID, you will see that has been used to sort of increase the profit margins of the capitalist agribusiness. Now, as I said, this is not the case in India. If you look at the South Africa price trends, you will see the same thing. You look at the price of urea, particularly during the COVID period, you will see, I mean, it's kind of increasing, but look at what was happening between March 16 and March 2022, you will see the huge rise. And if you look at the total wholesale cost of imported fertilizers for 9 developing countries, which includes Ghana, Ethiopia, Pakistan, Senegal, Kenya, Bangladesh, Zambia, Tanzania, and Nigeria. It together has spent 186% more in 2021 and almost 300% more in 2022 for the sample of fertilizers that was used in this study. So what we see today is that there is a world fertilizer, and world's largest fertilizer companies are making record profits as farmers struggle to cope up with the increased price. So what we have in this whole presentation, what we wanted to discuss is the short, because of the paucity of time. I'm kind of trying to hurry and rush. And I apologize that I will not be able to continue with the session whole because I have to reach somewhere by 1:30, which I'm already delayed. So, but I would like to get the comments and your feedback, and I would like to work on this. This is an ongoing chapter. And this is what we wanted to project as the nitrogen trap in India. I've not looked at the policy of the pricing, which is actually has been dealt in greater detail in the paper that we talked about. Prachi and Vikas have done it, and anybody interested can go there. But we wanted to present a picture of this nitrogen trap, which is very, very crucial to address at this moment, and how to transform and how to get rid of this nitrogen dependence, so that we can have more sustainable and subsistence agriculture possible for the larger part of the farmers. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Avinash. Any questions, queries, clarifications, responses will be shared with you. Our rapporteurs will record the same, and we will get in touch with you. So you may, thank you very much again, and you may exit now if you wish to.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
So then we go in the same order, if that's okay with you. Avanindra, after that Manish and Avnish, and then Gurpreet and Nivedita. They are fiddling with the laptop. We do plan to have some publication, some form of publication, based on these contributions. So after rapporteurs and some of us share these comments with the different participants, let's say within 3 weeks or so from now, then you may sort of take about 3 to 4 months to share with us your final contributions. Okay? So some of the papers we'll see. We have to take a call on that. we publish a journal called Agrarian South, Journal of Political Economy. So, you know, if appropriate, then some contributions could go there, but finally we are thinking of a book based on this kind of conversation, 2 workshops, okay? So keep that in mind, and yeah, Manish will share a mail with all of you very soon, right? Thank you.
Thank you for the invitation, and I'm really glad to be part of this conference. So, okay, so in fact, very short notice, Manish said that you have to present another paper because last time I presented different paper, I had a different plan, but okay. So this is basically about agriculture markets and socio-economic inequality, implications for price realizations of paddy farmers in India. So, in fact, if we talk about neoliberalism, because already context is set, I will not discuss much about it, just we'll go very briefly. So recently we talked about, government talked about doubling of farmers' income. Farmer income basically yield into price minus cost. So if we talk about neoliberalism, definitely yield is a function of research and development, infrastructure, public expenditure. So clearly there is no hope there, because even if you find some research and development is happening in the corporate sector, and it is reflected in higher input prices in many aspects. So I will not go into that. In fact, earlier most of the farmers used to utilize seed from the output, but now in a hybrid mode, you have to purchase it. In fact, some of the crops like maize, it is, if the final price is 1450 rupees per kg, the seed price is around 2000 rupees per kg. So anyway, we'll not go into that. But if we talk about overall condition, relative fall in public investment, cut in subsidies, sharp fall in share of research and development expenditure in total GDP, and in fact fall in share of institutional credit, deterioration of terms of trade, all these things actually led to a worsening of the conditions of farmer in India. Anyway, so I will move fast slightly, because this is more about price realization of farmers. It is usually argued that now if there has been in fact fall in public procurement also. So now what has happened over the recent years, in fact during neoliberalism, that market share, farmers are selling their produce in the local market, unregulated market, overwhelmingly. In fact, more than 90% of the produce are being sold in local market. So in fact, one of my paper, which I'm not going to discuss today, but talks about how average price received by farmers are different across the states. And there I found a major role played by public procurement. The state which had higher public procurement, and in fact, inclusive public procurement, which farmers are able to sell their produce to regulated market, their average price in those states was found to be higher as per the NSS data. So in fact there is an upward pull not only of the regulated price, basically the market price also. So higher regulated price, because MSP is higher in any way. So local market price is way lower than MSP. So whenever MSP is implemented, where higher public procurement is there, you have upward pressure on the local market as well. So but anyway, I am not discussing that in today's paper. So what I am trying to talk about is the bargaining power. So in fact, if the market is overwhelmingly unregulated market, so actual price realization is basically dependent on the bargaining power of the farmer. And in fact, most of the political economy paper, if we look at the big mainstream journals, it talks about the bargaining power as the end of it. So the moment you reach to bargaining power, it's all. Then every buyer has perfect information, they are aware of everything, and in fact, socio-economic, to the extent economic profile matters, but social profile doesn't matter in the bargaining. In fact, one of the papers by Abhijit Banerjee also talks about that in the market regime, the social background or social deprivation is playing not very important role. In fact, it's primarily economic deprivation or economic depreciation, which is basically creating a lack of bargaining power for certain farmers. So my paper here is more about what actually decides the bargaining power of the farmers. So whether to what extent socio-economic profile of a farmer matters in the bargaining or not, or it's basically as proposed the market system that okay, everybody is having equal footage, they have full information, and in fact they are bargained for better prices all across, irrespective of their social background. So going further,
So if we talk about, there are two kind of market I'm talking about. I'm clubbing together all regulated market which is bound by MSP, and another local market, other kind of market which there is no binding of MSP there. So I've divided the market in two parts, regulated and non-regulated markets. And of course the data are taken from NSS unit level data. And now I have actually, it's very small I guess, so maybe I will discuss that. It's difficult to find out. Actually, so there I have run two models. I will discuss about graphs also. The first talks about, price realized by farmers. So, and I have run a regression of price realized by farmers on large number of socio-economic indicators. And second model, which of course I will discuss later, I understand that one is. So second talks about what is the probability that a farmer could get minimum support price given its socio-economic profile. And I found that, usually it is argued that if we talk about caste or minority, we talk about because historically they are deprived of access to land, access to institutional credit. They are having smaller piece of land. So because already some kind of exclusion has been happening for centuries, therefore their lack of bargaining power is primarily due to their lack of access to economic assets or maybe economic factors. So because most of the deprived castes like scheduled caste or maybe for that matter Muslim minorities are not having enough bargaining power because they are already deprived economically. So that's the basic factor behind their lack of bargaining power. And in fact, once they are economically deprived, so caste or religion doesn't matter after that. But what I actually did here, I controlled for all socio-economic, social factors in the model. And then, okay, so here category of farmers are controlled for, marginal, basically I talked about up to 1 acre of land, 1 to 2 acre of land, 2 to 4 acre of land, 4 to 10 acre of land, and 10 acres and above. So I categorized all farmers in that. Then I also included caste groups, scheduled caste, scheduled tribe, then OBC and others, access to institutional credit in terms of KCC, then you have access to non-institutional credits, then education also, very important factor. They say that because historically, deprived population are devoid of good education, that's why that actually lowers their bargaining power as well. So here also I took education as also control, then age factor is also there, and in fact membership of farmers organizations, so a whole lot of social factors I have controlled for, and the result clearly says that even after controlling for all economic factors, social categorization of caste plays a very important role. In fact, scheduled caste, basically the bargaining power is lower, and in fact the average price received by scheduled caste even after controlling for all economic factors is the lowest, it's negative. OBC again it's negative, scheduled caste it's worse in that sense, OBC. And if we talk about religion also, Muslim minority is basically even after for controlling for the factors, bargain for very low prices. In fact I have and if we talk about regulated and non-regulated market, so regulated market price is way higher than non-regulated price at the country level. And if we talk about simply the average price received by farmers of different class, it's clear. Left side talks about local market, and here the discrimination is quite clear. That smallest farmer are basically receiving lowest price, and as you increase the size of the farm, the average price is higher. However, if you go to regulated market, though some kind of discrimination is still there. So some, in fact, some kind of higher bargain for prices are there in the regulated market as well. But this dotted line is minimum support price. You see that every category, each category of the farmers in the regulated market are receiving higher than minimum support prices. However, only one category of farmers above 10 acres of land are successful in bargaining for prices which is higher than minimum support price. Now, if we simply divide, according to caste and class categories, you see this 14 point scheduled caste categories, irrespective of land categories. They are basically having lowest average prices in all. So clearly, over and above economic factors, caste also matters. So, and if we talk about religion also, you see Muslim minorities even lower than the scheduled caste in lowest categories. Okay. So within each categories of land, caste and religion also play a very important role in bargaining. So if we talk about other factors, of course, education level has a positive impact on overall bargaining. The ownership of land, that also is a positive point. So if as compared to tenants, definitely rent is Indian agriculture is slightly higher and in fact not very favorable. So the bargaining power of farmers on a rented land is definitely lower as compared to ownership land. So they end up with lower average price received in the market. And if we talk about, of course, I have control for states with higher procurement, because that we have to do, because earlier paper talked about the states which is having higher procurement ratio are basically having average prices. So I have control for that with higher procurement states and lower procurement states. Access to KCC has a very important role, because sometimes you have access to institutional loans and to some extent your bargaining power is higher if you have access to cheap credit. But again, what I'm trying to say, access to credit is also skewed against caste and class and religion also. But that is added to. Even if you control for access to credit, yet all caste group, deprived caste group basically end up with receiving lower prices. So in fact, Fasal Bima also I found some positive relationship there. Okay, farmers membership, organization membership actually had some positive impact on price realizations. Maybe because of some access to regulated market, maybe because of some other factors, political factors, which is basically giving some higher bargaining power of the farmers who are member of some listed farmers organizations. So what I'm trying to say here is, okay, very briefly, that while difference in socio-economic status are in itself indicative of differential well-being indicators of households, they are also instrumental in inducing some other relative deprivations in terms of bargaining power in the economy. So it is more pronounced in non-regulated markets. Secondly, since access to regulated market is not independent of socio-economic status of the farmers, that institutions also have some kind of bias. Both exclusion and discrimination based on socio-economic status seem prevalent in the realization of final price by the farmers. So basically what is happening under the neoliberal regimes, the rising economic distress of farmers, because in general there has been distress in the farmers, but the distress has been much higher for deprived caste and communities, including minority religions. Now what is happening, because of their deprivations, and their deprivations clubbed together with social deprivations, and now their bargaining power is lower. Since their bargaining power is lower, they basically end up with even lower prices in the next time. So it's creating a kind of vicious cycle in which they are already having deprivation, and under withdrawal of state support and all, they are further subjected to higher discrimination in the next period, lower bargaining power, that is leading to a lower income of those sections of the society, and then you have further rising system. It's a kind of vicious trap which has been continuing under this system. So, okay, so anyway, I'd like more questions. Thank you.
Very good, Arvind. Okay. The duo of Avnish and Manish. Who will go for the tango first? Please manage your time between the two of you.
खुला है ओपन टाइम में खुला है
This was basically focused on Bihar, although we are discussing some theoretical background which may be applicable in general to other parts of the country. So the title that we are working on, Agrarian Economy of Bihar, Structural Constant versus Technological Optimism. The role of technology can be discussed without a systematic analysis of the agrarian structure that shaped the interaction of different classes and castes. Even the discourse around Green Revolution considered that it was biased and class, crop, regional terms. So what we are doing in this paper, basically we are looking at two set of arguments. One is basically mainstream argument, and this other set of argument that we are saying that that can be the alternative way of looking at it. So there is a mainstream argument around agrarian distress in Bihar, which focuses mainly on the technological optimism. What is technological optimism? So basically, in the post-liberalization period, a section of scholars has made a radical departure from the understanding that technology may not work independent of social relations, especially in agriculture. So their main focus is on the development of transport, electricity, etc. And they are of the view that if you develop infrastructures for agriculture, that may address the agrarian distress in case of Bihar, and which may be applicable in other parts of the country. So there are multiple arguments, multiple literature available in that context that we have quoted, because we don't have enough time, that's why I'm running. So, but that is the summary of one thing, that agrarian crisis can be addressed through technological advancement, and technocratic or technological optimism is one way to address this crisis. So the central question that we are focusing on, can the agricultural sector in Bihar develop without a fundamental restructuring of its underlying agrarian relation? So, so many people have done some work around this thing. So what we are doing, we are starting with some revisiting of the agrarian constraints, the role of agriculture in classical agrarian questions, where we are focusing on labor, waste tools, agriculture surplus and industrialization, etc. Those things are there. Here also we would like to highlight some of the earlier works on these things, starting from 1997, where in fact Professor Jha in his PhD thesis talks about technocratic explanation of the agrarian crisis, where he is criticizing that in Bihar there were multiple interventions during 1980s, etc., where you had some immediate impact of technological advancement in the irrigation, or increasing there were some impact of increasing irrigation channel, etc., those things. So we observed some improvement because of the technical or technological advancement in the state, but that was very short-lived. That could not sustain. So what explains that? So can we say the technocratic thesis may be necessary, but not sufficient to explain the agrarian crisis of the state? So what would be the alternative way to look at the agriculture or agriculture in Bihar in particular? So what in the beginning of this program, Professor Jha is talking about the agricultural value system. Some of us have already discussed those things in the beginning. So just to explain in brief, right, agricultural value system basically includes agriculture and non-agriculture segments. So the example that I use generally, so from farm to plate, your product passes through several production processes where different actors add value to the product. So it is not only that paddy we consume. In fact, paddy goes through some production process after harvest, that is milling, etc. Wheat, again some milling, then it is coming in our plate. So there are some activities required even after harvest, and that is the way through which product passes through and it comes to our plate. So agricultural value system comprises agriculture and non-agriculture segments. Agriculture means the cultivation part, and non-agriculture means those who are in the agricultural value system but not cultivation. And there are some backward and forward linkages. Since in our discussion farmer is at the center, then in our case backward and forward linkages are basically with respect to the farmers, those who are at the back side of cultivation and forward side of the cultivation. These AVS actors interact with each other with their embedded power position. Agricultural segment in agricultural value system faces relative structural constraints, and hence the non-agricultural segment captures a significant share of surplus generated in agriculture. So what we have done so far, we have looked at different theories to explain agrarian crisis. One set of theories says that we can address agrarian crisis through technological advancement. Another set of theory, we are saying that without looking at the structural constraint of the society, we cannot address that. So this is what we have highlighted in this theory, agriculture value system, and there are some data that I will quickly share with you that will highlight the impact of technological advancement and who benefited from that. So the major crops in Bihar, paddy, wheat, maize. So let's look at the yield of paddy in case of Bihar. In last 20 years, there is a continuous rise. I am not discussing that. If you compare that increase with all India figure, then it's comparable. Bihar's picture is more or less comparable. You have increase in growth or yield of, there is an increase in yield of paddy, wheat and maize in Bihar. In fact, in case of maize, the growth of maize in Bihar is higher than all India average. So what do we see from there? So here in the backward linkages, the AVS, a significant amount of surplus is extracted through the backward linkages. As per NSS 2018-19, in Bihar, 23% of the total area under cultivation were leased in. In such cases, a significant portion of the surplus value in agriculture goes to the owner of the land as rent. The siphoning of agriculture surplus is a barrier to investment and hence hinders the growth of agriculture, what Professor Utsa Patnaik highlighted in her work 1999. So there are some leakages that we have highlighted in our work. One set of leakages is through backward channel, and there we have talked about the land relation, which is very much significant here. So let's look at the picture that is in front of us. Secondly, the productive, this is the graph that we have. So here what we compare, we have compared the yield and the rent. Since we have already discussed that rent is one, in a way, hinders the growth of agriculture. What we see here, in Bihar, we have observed growth of paddy in last 20 years, but at the same time, rent has increased more rapidly than the yield of this state. This highlights that some portion of, or significant portion of what paddy produces in Bihar, that goes to landowner. And if we believe that the land, the data that we just highlighted, NSS data, if that is correct, then it is close to 1/4 of the total land ownership. Similar situation we have, we can see in case of wheat. Again, significant portion of income generated in wheat cultivation goes to landowner. In case of maize, it's a similar picture. So the thing that we have highlighted here, a significant portion is going in the name of rent to landowner, which is not coming back to agriculture, and in that way, this is not contribution to the growth of agriculture. So you do all kind of things to increase technological advancement, you build infrastructure, everything. But farmers, those who are the real cultivators, those who are the real tillers of the soil, are not benefiting from this technological advancement, because there are multiple leakages that is happening. One leakages I have highlighted here. The second thing is surplus generation and extraction through forward linkages. In the forward linkages, the weaker power position of farmer results in their compulsive involvement in agriculture, that further leads to surplus squeeze. This idea of compulsive involvement is coming from Professor Krishna Bharadwaj from her work of 1974. Such transactions where small farmers are basically forced to do commerce in agrarian market. Such transactions are possible because actors are abstracted from their social context, and power asymmetries deriving from different endowment in terms of economic, social, symbolic power. Avnindra was talking about the social thing, which is also very much essential in our case. Forced commerce may take place in the agriculture market as well as all markets and exchanges. That is why the full scope of forced commerce cannot be captured by a single exchange or transaction. This impacts not only the peasantry but also overall agrarian economy. Forced commerce or compulsive involvement enables actors other than farmers to extract surplus through the price squeeze. The price squeeze is greater for small and marginal farmers who constitute the largest portion of farming community in India. 86% of the Indian agricultural households are small and marginal farmers. They own less than 2 hectares of land, and in that case, their situation is very much vulnerable. So they do not have that kind of power position because of that embedded power position in the agrarian economy. They do not have that power position to interact directly and ask for better price or the accurate price, if we call it. This is the situation from 2019-18 data in Bihar for paddy cultivation. As you can see, 98.86% of the farmers received less than MSP price. And if you just, Santosh was talking about presenting some number in the morning, where he presented that if you look at the difference between the value of produce and the cost of cultivation, then in case of Bihar, you have negative relation. The value reported by CACP, Commission for Agricultural Cost and Prices, that is generally overestimated. Here, at least to some extent, it's closer to the real number in case of NSS. So even if you use overestimated number of value, then also you have very negative return for farmers in Bihar. And in that case, MSP becomes very much important. So we have not used that value thing, we have used here MSP to compare. Because if you are not receiving MSP, that means you are making loss. That is our simple understanding. So on that basis, 98.86% of the paddy farmer in Bihar are receiving less than MSP. Situation is more or less similar across different land size group. In case of Bihar, there is a very negligible portion of farmers in the land size group more than 4 hectare land. So that is negligible, so we don't need to discuss that separately. In case of wheat, again the situation is more or less similar. 93% of the farmers are getting less than MSP. In case of maize, 76% farmers are receiving less than MSP. So this is the picture. If you look at the percentage distribution of different size group paddy farmers and average price received, so the situation is again in front of you. 82% less than MSP in case of paddy, 98% wheat, and 70% in case of maize. This is the situation of paddy sale quantity wise, wheat, maize and wheat. So we are concluding that the technocratic thesis is not enough to explain the agrarian impasse in Bihar. That is what we are highlighting. Despite registering an increase in the yield of major crops over the past 17 years or roughly 2 decades, this has not resulted in any commensurate improvement in the livelihood of agricultural household, which is very much clear in different data that we have already discussed. In the backward linkages, the owner of land takes a significant amount of surplus as rent. In Bihar, the rent has increased in proportion to the increase in the yield of major crops. In forward linkages, evidence shows that price of agricultural product is suppressed, thereby reducing the surplus. Hence, the agricultural sector in Bihar cannot develop without fundamental restructuring of its underlying agrarian relations. Such fundamental restructuring must include the question of land rights and public provisioning in backward and forward. Thank you.
Very good. You want to speak a sentence? No. Okay. All right. So we have the last presentation, Nivedita and Gurpreet. Who goes first? Nivedita. Okay. You only go. Okay. All right.
My son won't allow him to come.
All right. He's our youngest participant. Viraj, welcome. Welcome to the world of political economy.
part of this event. And also my apologies because my son didn't allow me actually to be part of any session. So I really can't connect with the discussions in the room, so pardon me for that. So we'll be just talking about the overview of contract farming in India and what are the issues associated with this. So this is based on our publications, and I have not focused much on the data part but rather on the issues part. So liberalization of agri-food systems since the late 1980s has led to profound shift with deep penetration of transnational capital into the developing countries. So the changing dynamics of demand acceptance of free market approach led to increased presence of multinationals in all phases of agri-food systems. And the dominance of powerful agribusiness and neoliberal macroeconomic policy regime also changed the character of agriculture, which led to large corporate-led contractual arrangements in agriculture. So contract farming in its simplest but most essential sense is an arrangement between a farmer and any other economic actor. But contract farming is a very dynamic concept. It's heterogeneous in nature. It involves a whole range of economic actors who get into such arrangements with farmers across time and space, across different modes of production and social formations. And for this presentation, our focus will be on contemporary economic arrangements, which primarily involves an agreement between a producer and a buyer, establishing conditions for the production and marketing of the product. So if you look at the history of contract farming in India, it goes back to the colonial period when the Britishers introduced cash crops in India like tea, coffee, rubber, indigo. And it was a central expatriate old estate surrounded by small outgrowers. Farmers were basically incentivized by so-called deemed attractive prices because these were the new crops for them and there was no markets for these crops. So it was also a kind of forced commercialization because producers were bound to accept the terms and conditions laid down by the Britishers and the prices offered by them. There were no access to buyers for these crops and these crops could not be used for self-consumption. So this over the period of time led to more exploitation of the farmers. So Mahatma Gandhi's Champaran movement, as we all are very familiar with that, it was a milestone in the history of contract farming which led to the end of indigo plantations by the end of 1920s. Similar instance of contract farming of tea was also observed in Assam by the British planters, and it was also very exploitative in the nature, and farmers also lost their land to the planters. On the contrary, Virginia tobacco, which was introduced in southern India in 1920s by ITC, it received a warm welcome by the farmers because it was carefully structured, so it was well accepted by the farming community. However, it targeted only educated and better off farmers. So dominance of ITC continued for several decades, but after a span of around 50 years of their benevolent presence in the area, farmers began to feel that the power is highly tilted towards the company. So they started resisting this system. So contract system was finally abolished by an act of parliament in 1984 and replaced by open auctions. Then contract farming in the post-colonial period. Post-independence, a period of economic transformations, and we all are very familiar with the Green Revolution in 1960s. It was also a kind of contract farming because it brought assured buyback of produce and provision of inputs at subsidized rates. Then the market-led strategy of economic development from the early 90s led to more instances of contract farming such as Vimco. Vimco faced shortage of the matchwood, so it introduced poplar cultivation in the northern India, and it had elements like provision of finance through public banks, extension services. So it was widely accepted by the farmers in northern India and it became quite a common crop. Vimco also experimented with tomato cultivation to supply tomato paste in Karnataka and Andhra Pradesh. Then there are also instances of Kisan Foods and Nijjar Agro Foods in Punjab practicing contract farming. In Punjab, PepsiCo set up a tomato processing plant in 1990s, which was later sold to Hindustan Liver Limited in 96, and it later entered into contract farming of potato. Majority of food processing plants showed great interest in contract farming, but it did not fare well. Government of Punjab also introduced contract farming scheme in 2002, and it also failed and it was officially closed in 2012. After the central government's National Agriculture Policy 2000, contract farming has been promoted by the union government to encourage private investments in agriculture and improve agriculture marketing. So these are some institutional changes in agriculture marketing over the years, and we all are very well familiar with. So I think I will skip this one and I'll move to the other slide. The government introduced Model Contract Farming Act in 2018, and except for Tamil Nadu, no other state has enacted contract farming legislation based on this act. However, even this act has been repealed in Tamil Nadu in 2021. This act also made provision for the promotion of farmer-producer organizations. Then 3 farm laws were introduced in 2020, and later these were repealed after the farmers' protest. Now, what is contract farming in the recent times? For this, the main focus is on arrangements between farmers and the companies only. So, one of the major issues that has been addressed in the literature widely is who participates in contract farming. The companies generally like to engage in contract with those farmers whom they think are most likely to maximize their profits. So, this generally leads to exclusion of small and poor farmers. And this is also based on the idea of transaction cost, because when the company is engaging with one large farmer, it will have less transaction cost rather than contracting with several small farmers. And if we look at the review of the studies, most of the studies indicate that the farmers are generally engaged with large and medium farmers. I have highlighted the study, my study in yellow. It also indicates that in Punjab, the company was generally involved with medium and large farmers. But in our study, we have also looked at the possession of assets with the farmers, and it shows that contract farmers had more assets than the non-contract farmers, which was a major factor affecting the participation in contract farming. And then another issue that has been largely addressed in the literature is economic gains from the contract farming. Much of the literature has focused on increase in net returns as the measure of households' welfare. But if we look at the evidences internationally, it's a complex mosaic of winners and losers. But if we look at the picture of only India, most of the studies shows increase in net returns for the farmers. There are only 2 studies. The last one is the recent one. It has been published this week in EPW. It also indicates decrease in returns for the potato contract farmers. And in my study, it shows increase in net returns for the contract farmers of potato and basmati rice. This table definitely indicates a rosy picture for contract farming, but that's not the real story. We should look at the other side of the story as well. So this one is the unequal power relations in contract farming. Contract farming, which is a mode of land control, has been suggested as an alternative investment model for agribusiness capital to outright land acquisition. So the general idea about the contract farming is that it involves monopolistic relationship between the 2 entities, which is hegemonic and exploitative. Evidence from the literature suggests that contract farming leads to loss of control over the land use decisions, increased inequality, and in some cases also leads to loss of land. So one of the basic indication of unequal power relations is also reflected in the contracts signed by the company. This is the contract document of PepsiCo with a farmer, and I've just given a glimpse of the contract here. It's in English, and farmers generally don't understand the English. And if you talk to the companies, they say they do translate in the local language as requested by the farmers, but that is not the true picture at the ground. Generally, it is not done. And we have also looked at all the provisions laid down in the contract, but because of time constraint, I have just highlighted 4 provisions here. The first one is date of inception and termination of contract. This provision specifies when the farmer is liable to deliver the produce latest by the specifying date, failing which the company is entitled to buy the produce from some other source, and the seller is liable to pay the cost of the seeds and also refund the amount paid by the company in advance. However, in case the company fails to procure the produce, then the farmer is bound to keep that produce in the cold stores till the company procures that produce. So the farmer is penalized if he fails but the company is not penalized if the company fails to procure on time. Then it's the quality specification. In this, the specific variety and size of the produce is specified by the company, and farmers need to certify for authentication of the produce, and it should not be mixed with other varieties, and if the farmers fail, the produce will be rejected. Again, the farmer is penalized because this is very exploitative tendency by the company, because when they want to reject the produce, if they have procured the produce from some other source, this is the ground which is highly used by the company, they will reject on the basis of the quality. So there is no provision that talks in the favor of the farmers. Then the next is quantity specification. This one specifies quantity of the produce to be procured from a farmer. It gives 10% relaxation to the farmer in the quantity of the produce predetermined. However, when a farmer defaults on more than 10% of the quantity specified, he is bound to pay the price of the shortfall. But in case company does not procure the produce, then there is no compensation from the company. The last is price specification. It determines the price of the produce to be paid to the farmers. But if the company renege on the prices, then the company is not bound to pay any compensation to the farmers. So all the provisions laid down in the contract document also indicates the dominance of the companies over the farmers. Now there are some issues like contract farming and the issue of food security, which is mostly an unaddressed area in the literature, and it has been looked into more recently. There are some studies from 2017 onwards. However, these studies also emphasize on the immediate outcomes like increase in yield, it will lead to increase in income, and then it will lead to increase in food security. There is evidence gap on impact on food security to shift from food crops to cash crops. Then contract farming and sustainable agriculture. Market-driven transformations like contract farming are associated with intensive use of chemicals, intensive use of land and spread of monoculture, which affects the rural landscape dynamics. It pollutes water resources, soaks up the groundwater, and degrades soil and biodiversity. So in this case, this is a threat to the realization of the second goal of SDGs, which aims to attain sustainable agriculture. And there is hardly any study which addresses the impact of contract farming on environment. Then contract farming and impact on labor is also partially addressed area in the literature, because the main focus lies on the firm and the farmer. And the impact of contract farming generally talks about the gender division of labor due to sexual division of the task, low wages, insecure seasonal employment, and use of child labor, and there are very little evidences from the literature. So these are the key takeaways. Impacts of contract farming are highly heterogeneous and context dependent, so it is very difficult to generalize contract farming. Several factors limit the ability to draw any broad conclusions about the effectiveness of contract farming as a policy tool. There is a need to focus on macro level impacts like food security and sustainable agriculture, rather than focusing on micro level impacts like yield, income and profits, which has been done largely in the literature to draw policy conclusions. There is need for strong policy measures to regulate the mechanism of contract farming. Thank you.
We can bring on all the lights, no? Okay, so all of you would agree that we have heard 3 excellent presentations, yeah? Very compelling, thought-provoking, etc. Now, before I make some remarks, I think I'll actually put not 3 but 4. Avinash has left, but I must include him also. And for me in particular, I mean, this is also, on a personal note, it's very sort of a good feeling that formally most of them are my students. And PhD, postdoc, and so on and so forth. So, you know, in a sort of 4 papers, 6 speakers, 4 are my students. So that's a particularly nice feeling. That how the kind of work that they're doing and the impressive, and earlier also in Santosh, I must not, since he's present here. Okay. So let's just get your responses to in terms of questions, clarifications, not comments. I mean, don't get into that. But if you have any very specific, sharp suggestion, because as I mentioned, we are also looking at a set of publications. Yeah, so that would be very helpful. So the floor is open. Professor Sukhpal Singh.
Two very brief questions. One to Manish. It's understandable that when the markets function in a certain socio-economic context in India, whether regulated or otherwise, discrimination does happen. But do you think it also happens when FCI procures paddy? I want your reaction to that. Because that is a public agency, not a trader, not a local banya or whatever. The second question is to Nivedita. Can we treat contract farming as a case of land grabbing?
All right. Professor Pradeep Shinde. Pradeep, will you please speak into the mic? I think good for all of us. Don't shy away from the mic.
This is also on YouTube, that's why. How much technology, this is to Manish, how much technology is desirable in the agricultural sector? We can't, dish away technology at all. And in the context of Bihar, not only technology, but also, rightly pointed out, the social matrix also plays a very important role. Thank you.
Thank you, Pradeep. Yes, Anjana. I may not know all your names, so it may be a good idea, if you do not want to embarrass me, to sort of please in advance tell us your names. Okay.
My question is to Manish. With respect to technology, other than who owns the technology in terms of ownership of technology, what else have you identified as issues that could add to the technology, much in addition to what Professor mentioned?
Okay, yes, Afrin. Okay, you will just announce your name. Please go ahead.
I'm Afrin. I'm a master's student at Center for Informal Sector Studies. My question is to Amlin, sir. So in the bargaining power graphs that you were showing, even in the regulated market, there was one graph where the Muslim thing was below the NSP. So could you elaborate a little bit on this and how that compares?
Sorry, my question was not to reach, but sorry.
Okay. Yes, next.
Hi. So my question is...
I know your name, but you might as well inform others.
My name is Priti. I am doing my PhD in economics from CES. So my question was ideally for Avyash sir and Ankit as well. So when they're discussing the nitrogen thing, what effect? We saw in the graphs how it is increasing. But in specific, what effect is it having on the farmers? That question.
All right.
So my question is to Manish and Manish. So is that what you are saying, that increasing yield or like just for the rent has made the farming more vulnerable for the farmers who are living in the
Thank you. Dinesh, Professor Dinesh Agrawal.
Manish is somewhere else. Manish, the issue is you need to open the black box of technology. See, what is this technology? Technology, barriers to technological change or technological choices are through structural constraints, structural conditions. Unless you open the black box of technology, because social and technical changes happen normally in co-evolving fashion. Because technology is what? It can be machine, it can be inputs, it can be irrigation, it can be variety of things, fertilizer, pesticides, variety of things are there. Technology is not thing. It's a bundle of things as well. And so you've got to ask that question, because when I talk of, let's say, integrated farming system, that's also technology. It may not be green revolution technology, I think. So the word technology optimism has to have optimism in development of productive forces. What are the kind of choices that we need to make? What are the kind of relations that we need to create? Marx is very, very clear that productive forces get regressively developed only if the barriers are there to the kind of relations of production which capitalism produces them. Whereas you need to overcome those relations in order to go to the next stage of productive forces. Otherwise they are arrested. And that's what is happening to the technology. That's what happened to the
All right. Thank you. Yes, you will have to please announce your name also.
Hello, I'm Danica. I am from Center for Disaster Research. So I'm doing my class.
Louder please, yeah.
So I wanted to ask, I saw that almost every presentation here is contesting contractual farming and agri-business, how commercialized it is. So I wanted to ask, what is the alternative that you are proposing? Because we clearly saw that the existing system is not the right one to follow. So what is the alternative that we as a scholar group are proposing? It is open to any scholar, any speaker today, so yeah.
All right. No, that is the advantage of the last session, no? We have some flexibility. Okay, anyone else? All right. Yes, are you raising your hand there at the end? No. Okay. All right, so who wants to go first? Shall we reverse the order? Huh?
You have to discuss the papers.
No, I will do that in my closing remarks. Yes. No, you go ahead.
Because he
Gurpreet. Okay, so.
Hello. Particularly regarding the last. Hello. Yes. So particularly regarding the last question, if we are rejecting the idea of contract farming and since it's exploitative, what kind of other ideas we should put forth and or what are the way forward. So Government of India came up with a new idea in 2012 FPO Farmer Producer Organization, as we all know. But in most of the FPOs, we did a small study in Gujarat and Punjab. We seen that on at least around 130 producers, companies, FPCs, they have registered as FPO, and even new small groups, they have registered themselves as FPO. But later, after 7-8 years down the line, only those FPOs are successful which were originally FPCs, farmer producer companies, or they were already doing well, they were well established in the seed business, or they were producing, they were well established in the value chain. So particularly we have to recognize what kind of group farming we want to foresee. And in the latest development, Government of India has also initiated a pilot project they have given pilot to 7 biggest companies who are in the agri-business, and they have initiated the process of developing clusters all over the India. So in that way, FPO system has been already, you can say, will be hijacked by the big corporate. So I don't know why we are not discussing about the cooperatives. So cooperative movement was in big way, it was very successful, and we can see the Amul as a biggest achievement. But Amul stories altogether we can debate about it in these days how it has been hijacked again. So but the idea is we can foresee the revival of cooperative movement, and which is in Punjab, which is in in some villages, I have seen the primary credit cooperative societies are very successful. They are providing seeds, they are providing necessary infrastructure to even the small farmers. So we have to document those stories which are successful and highlight. Thank you.
All right. All right. Navita, you want to add anything? There's another question. Huh? Yeah. Yes. Go ahead.
Thank you for the question, sir. On the corporate farming is legally not allowed in India, so directly we can't say that the land grabbing happens in India. But when the company is controlling the entire production process, farmers lose autonomy over the land decisions, the choice of crops, seed sovereignty is lost, and all the production decisions are lost. So I think indirectly we can say it's a case of land grabbing only because farmers are just owners of the land. Rest, everything is decided by the company.
Okay, so then.
Okay, yeah, thank you very much for the questions because I think we will have to rethink our usage of the term technology optimism because I think it gives a message that we are technology pessimists, which we are not. This entire binary of machine reforms and land reforms is not our binary. It is a binary that was created in the literature which was writing about Bihar's agricultural economy in the last 30-50 years. And we just try to understand that binary and I think, yeah, so like Professor Jha was saying, terms really are very important and how we say it is really important. So I think we will rethink our usage of technology optimism. This is not simply an academic discussion in the context of Bihar because one of the points that comes in the paper in some detail is that if you look at the post-Nitish Kumar agricultural policy in Bihar, it is two things happened after 2005. One was the agricultural roadmaps that he came up with, and the second was also the establishment of a land reforms commission under the chairmanship of the Bandyopadhyay. And how these two things really, the trajectory of these two policies convey this entire academic discussion and its implications for policy. The Land Reforms Commission report was not even tabled in the Assembly. It was not even not accepted, not rejected, not considered by the government. Whereas we had, I think, 3 agricultural roadmaps in his first and the second term. So that is why the question of technology is important. We don't deny that it is important. We were just trying to highlight in the paper that this entire turn in the literature and also turn in the policy, especially in the context of Bihar, that says that land reforms, agrarian reforms are redundant, irrelevant, not significant at all. So it's that binary that we were trying to highlight. And the term machine reforms is used by those people who write about it. So it is they also use it in a very provocative manner to use land reforms, machine reforms. So that is why we thought that the binary was interesting. But thank you very much for the terms and things like that. So we don't really identify problems with technology. We identify problems because in the political economy tradition, as far as I understand, our position was that technology is socially embedded, and I mean social relations have an impact on how technology is used, adopted, and things like that. And I mean productive forces and the contradiction with relations of production is what opens the era of social revolution in the word of Marx. But somehow this entire literature says that you can bypass the entire social relations question and you can jump to a situation where the technology will solve all the problems. So that is what I think we are slightly not very comfortable with.
All right. Okay. First Manish and then Agni.
regarding this terminology thing, just one addition. Uh, when we are talking about the technological optimization, basically we meant to say what Professor Jha in his thesis highlighted. There are some technocritic explanation of agrarian distress. So can we leave all questions related to agrarian distress in Bihar on the technocritic explanation? So this is what we are questioning in our paper. And we are, so basically we are saying that we had some technological improvement, etc. those things in past, and there were some result of that as well. But those results were short-lived. That is one thing. Secondly, we are not denying. We are not saying that technology is not important. In fact, what I have also written, we have written in the presentation itself that technology is not maybe necessary, but not the sufficient condition to resolve the agrarian impasse in Bihar. This is what our position is.
All right. Avni, floor is yours now.
Okay. So basically, I think both the questions are related. So actually, regulated market, definitely you find discrimination there. So first is in terms of access. So if you look at the access, you find that marginal farmers, small farmers, very rarely they are getting access to that. Secondly, deprived caste, religious minorities. So first discrimination happens in terms of access. So percentage of farmers who are having proper access to regulated market first. And second kind of discrimination is there in terms of receiving prices. And why price is different, it's not unique because firstly MSP is a minimum price, so you can bargain to over and over that. Secondly, there is a provision of quality in that purchase. Moisture content, different sort of qualities indicators are there. So that is very vague. So sometimes, that kind of bargaining against some of the farmers are happening through by keeping that quality there. So of course, the entire system, you find that kind of discrimination in institutional system. But what is very important is, even though price discrimination is there across size of the farmers, across deprived caste, across religious minority, but yet their prices which they are receiving, average price is much higher than the non-regulated prices and much higher than MSP also on an average.
Okay, so I was supposed to put two hats on my head. One was that of the discussant and the other, the job of moderator. Now, as a discussant, I must say that all these contributions from Avinash and his co-authors, and subsequently the three in person here, three presentations in person here, are very serious attempts at understanding a whole range of relevant issues, and they connect very strongly with each other, not in terms of specific details, etc., but thematically. Right? Essentially, these are very competent investigations into what the sub-theme for this session was, that is, institutional changes in agricultural markets, services, etc. Right? Now, essentially, what you have to understand, I am very fond of one-liners in my work. Yeah, I use one-liners to kind of can sort of suggest something very, very powerful. See, neoliberalism and unbridled neoliberalism is an unbridled war against workers and citizens. How does that war play out? Not by throwing bombs or using artillery and so on, in most of the instances, but through institutional changes. Right? And that is where what we need is a very deep understanding of institutions. See, some book became very famous, yeah, about why nations fail, and there was a notion of institution there which was complete nonsense. Right? And they are very celebrated mainstream economists. Avinindra mentioned somebody who was 1 year senior to me, very close friend and so on, and his idea of institution again is so utterly limited. Right? A set of
mainstream economics related notion of institutions, whether you have information or not, X, Y, Z, etc., etc. As Agnish and Manish were talking about, institutions as if it is simply some, making some roads and making some bridges and some, irrigation channels and so on and so forth. Yeah, I mean, they will reduce even the notion of institutions to that kind of understanding. Right? So what really connects very well these 3-4 presentations is thinking very seriously about institutions. Obviously, it needs to be expanded, it needs to be elaborated. In fact, what Avnish and Avnindra and Manish were trying to do were in fact fleshing out some of the issues that we raised in the first panel. Yeah, sort of when we talk of agricultural value system and how it is getting reconfigured at the current juncture, so contemporary agricultural value system is indeed fusion of lots of changes where institutions are extremely, extremely important. Right? So what are these changes? So that is exactly what they are talking about. What Gurpreet and Nivedita are talking about in terms of what kind of changes are happening in contract farming. What is it that they are talking about? About institutions, about arrangements, right? Economic institutions, etc. So it is essentially trying to look at a whole range of institutions, some which are given as historical datum, which again are evolving. Caste and other things are indeed, yeah. It's not the case that any of these are static. What do they mean in terms of this reconfiguration, right? So neoliberalism is kind of, unmitigated assault via institutions on citizens and working people, right? Laboring people, okay? Essentially, neoliberalism is spontaneous capitalism, right? To use a phrase which was made famous by Oscar Lange, and Professor Pravat Patnaik keeps using this phrase day in, day out, right? So you have to understand, what really are. Yeah, of course, you can have small kind of roadblocks, barriers to try and get something there. But the real thing is, if you want to block it, you have to do what Samir Amin, my close kind of collaborator, author, comrade, Paris was talking about Samir, right? And he was talking about polycentrism. What is at the center of it? De-linking. De-linking does not mean autarky, right? De-linking means essentially claiming that policy space. If that policy space can be reclaimed, yeah, then you can have some hope of progressive transformation trajectories, etc. Right? So, in terms of what is happening to, let's say, assured procurement in Amin's work, bargaining power, etc. All these things are being impacted by exactly what is unfolding in the name of, this neoliberal capitalism and so on. Right? Of course, as he rightly noted, sort of anywhere in the world, but more so in India, I would argue that economic geography imitates social geography. Right? But this is a feature which is pervasive. Go to South Africa, race is what is the most important kind of social construct which impacts on every economic outcome. Right? So it is these things, and we need to, obviously, in specific contexts and so on. So this is where you need to develop your arguments further, right? And so these are very interesting and competent attempts which need to be taken to the next level and so on. You were talking about forced commercialization and what has happened in terms of several outcomes, both you and in the earlier contributions and so on. you know, sort of adverse inclusion has become one of the most powerful outcomes precisely because of these institutional changes, right? So how do these connect with, yeah? I mean, new kinds of, sort of exclusions are being created, right? A few things which we had taken as given, at least in principle, in terms of our framework of the Constitution, etc., in 1950s, 60s, and so on. All that is gone, right? In fact, when the discussion was happening on how will we measure poverty in 1960s, 62 and so on, it was assumed that health and education will be free, universal, public goods. It has disappeared, right? Those are the changes, again associated with. So it is all these things which need to be sort of certainly made much more explicit with respect to the specific themes, etc., in the final versions of the paper and so on. Nivedita was talking about sort of deep penetration of international capital, which unfortunately most people, in fact many people on the left, progressive scholars, actually do not sort of appreciate adequately. It is precisely because they try and quantify, yeah, this penetration of the international corporate capital and so on, because you can quantify only that much. There is a great deal which you cannot quantify, right? I was talking about private equities and so on and so forth, right? So Kavia's work, for instance, yeah, her presentation was engaging with these, but there are huge silences there in terms of available data. What are you going to do, right? So I think those issues, once you take that into account, when you talk of penetration happens in so many ways, quantitative, qualitative, and so on. You hear of policy documents of many governments written not in their capital cities, but in the headquarters of the Bretton Woods institutions, right? What are those changes which are happening and how are these impacting as regards this penetration, right? Penetration in terms of personnel, penetration in terms of policy documents, right? And at the level of quantifying these, for instance, Manish was talking about forward, backward linkages and so on. Let's say even if you're talking of inputs, there is a great deal where your primary ingredients are coming from elsewhere.
Now, are you factoring that integration or not? Simply talking of no, we are, government of India or whatever, whoever is selling that potassium or whatever else, pesticide and this, that, and so on. If you stop there and if you do not really investigate, yeah, all these primary ingredients coming from different places, yeah. So in terms of even quantifying what is quantifiable, we are making serious mistakes, right? In terms of, again, let's say sort of semi-quantifiable, there are certain things which are extremely important nodes in the contemporary global agricultural or other kinds of value systems, right? If you choke those, okay, and if the levers of choking those are abroad, what happened in the context of semiconductors? You were talking about that, Kavya, right? Certainly, a whole lot of industries, yeah? What happens to the entire landscape of value systems there? If you simply look at, if you simply quantify, what is the, value of that particular input and so on, it may not be much. But likewise, lots of things which were in terms of institutional arrangements, what you cannot do, what you can do, and so on. our very good friend Mark Anna, for instance, keeps telling you what is happening with respect to textiles and garments and so on, and he tells you all the levers of control are in the headquarters. And so please do not think of integration in some limited, loose kind of quantifiable sense. You really have to go beyond that and so on. And finally, this whole issue of technology, etc. I mean, there's a huge debate on these things. Of course, technology is always sort of socially embedded and so on and so forth, but it can well be completely taken out of that social context. That itself depends on what is the economic structural context at a particular point in time. Remember Karl Polanyi's double movement, how the economy gets completely disembedded from the society, right? That is what his fear of, this laissez-faire capitalism was. And the double movement that he talks about, the second part of that movement is how society is struggling to reclaim economy into the society. So, this again is a very limited kind of formulation, that it's socially embedded and so on. You see, again, I mean, don't read only one kind of Marx, right? I mean, very recently there's a book which is called Third Marx, right? And, way back, in my student days, I had found a quotation in Capital Volume 3, which may shock many of you, which said that only rational solution to agricultural question is small peasants. There is so much of this gung-ho kind of thing that no, get on with the bandwagon of technology and XYZ, and there are multiple kinds of readings, etc. See, Marx went to the extent of saying in answering Vera Jesulich that you don't have to go through capitalism. He sort of agonized for almost 2-3 years in responding to this question which was thrown at him by Vera Jesulich. That in the context of Russia, is it possible to sort of simply transcend it? Yeah? Now imagine a Marx of 1840s, when he was so gung-ho about the productive forces and the technology, and without that you can't do anything. And here he is suggesting something which is so different, right? So all these are very important debates, very serious debates, right, which need to be taken with tremendous seriousness. This is what we have been trying to do in Agrarian South, in our Agrarian South network, in our journal, in our publications and so on, right? Sort of this whole coherence between whole lot of issues and questions. Yeah, how do we envision that? Yeah, so these are some of, I mean, I don't know, I think I have already spoken for about 10-15 minutes. Maybe I'll simply close this conversation now. Nivedita, you were talking of this colonial period and so on. See what indigo does to India. Terrible kind of forced commercialization. What poppy does, which was opium, terrible. But same indigo does wonders to Europe, and poppy does total disaster to China. A country where there was, very sort of opium consumption becomes opium addict, right? So how exactly the same kind of agricultural value system in the country had impacts which were dramatically different outside the country.
So when you think of agricultural value system, never think, even in the olden days, even those days, we are talking of very early days of capitalism, in terms of methodological nationalism, right? I have serious problems with methodological nationalism. Immanuel Wallerstein once said, he was reading a paper here in 1985. The title of the paper was, Does India Exist? Everyone must have thought in the audience for a minute that this man is mad. He is coming to Delhi, giving a lecture here. Why is it that he flagged it as the title of the paper? I mean, can you comprehend India entirely in terms of its internal processes? This was already the beginning of a certain kind of so-called creeping globalization then. Yeah. So how do we think of our frameworks, yeah. So these things are indeed very, very important, institutions and the processes, etc., which need to be taken, yeah, in the sort of organic fullness. That is the advantage of what we are trying to do in our understanding when we talk of agricultural value systems, right? Where we are looking at the states, we are looking at the economic structural issues, we are looking at, how does it connect with the rest of the world and so on and so forth. Yeah, sort of what are the nature of class contestations and so on. Okay, so a whole lot of issues which seem utterly relevant, right? So I think we need to sort of, essentially at the center of our understanding of global agricultural value system is the global accumulation regime, where the technology plays a very important role, institutions play a very, so all those will have to be brought together, right? This fertilizer, somebody had asked this fertilizer question and so on. No? So clearly this is, I mean, by now those who have worked on these issues, they give you very convincing accounts why it has been a complete disaster. One of my physics friend who is a professor, retired as a professor at IIT, he tells me that roughly 50 kilometers below the surface of the earth, it's now cancer. The damage which has been inflicted. Pesticides, fertilizers are part of the problem, but there are many other problems there. You can't hope to reclaim it. Now it's a frightening kind of conclusion. I would love to not believe in his conclusion, but he is a very well-regarded scientist. Yeah. What do you do? Why did that happen? Okay. And the very last question on the contract one, you see, based on something that we had done in a book which was presented last year, it's Working and Farming Under Contract. See, the definition that Nivedita gave you about it, what do we say? To start with, contract farming is a contract between a farmer and any other economic actor. Logically, that has to be the starting point of any definition of contract farming. But once you go beyond that, there are multiple kinds of contract farming. So certain kinds of contract farming, okay, can indeed, so in a cooperative context, you can think of contract farming, which actually gives you what Professor Sufal Singh has been talking about, the number of members who become part of a group, etc. All that can help things in very, very significant ways, right? We, in fact, had a typology, Gurpreet, if I am not mistaken, in our chapter, Manish, you, Nivedita, and so on, Santosh. So we had a typology of contract farming there. Go through that. Yeah, Manish can share that book with you if you want. Okay. Because no knowledge is produced in isolation. All knowledge production is social production. So whatever we write must be shared socially, right? Should be part of the social domain. Okay, on that note, let me stop. I have taken more time than I had intended, but I have also provoked a little bit. Thank you. And the tea is probably getting cold, so hopefully it hasn't become ice cold, so please. Yes, yes.
Just wait. Sorry. Yes. Thanks to everyone.
Close.
I would like to extend our heartfelt gratitude to our esteemed speakers for sharing their valuable insights today. Your expertise has enriched our event immensely. This brings us to the close of the day one on political economy of agri-business in India, regional experiences and policy implications. A quick reminder to all the participants, kindly ensure to arrive promptly at 10 a.m. tomorrow to kickstart our program on time. Tomorrow's focus is on the theme of the labor rights in agricultural value systems. Okay, now we also invite everyone to join us for the high tea. And thank you once again, and see you all Friday night.
I wanted to remove the slides, so I want to see the PDF. Can we go to that folder?
You have made it.
It's there in the folders already.
Just a second.
I would send you a PDF, but there are some photos. I don't want that to.